Chapter 473. After torturing him for about 20 minutes with her gravitational force, Officer Meg deactivated it and fed him recovery pills again. They went at it again when Endrick regained consciousness. He decided not to go against Officer Meg this time in fear of being punished. However, once again, Officer Meg did not stick to the time she mentioned, and he started getting angry and impatient. The next attack broke through his barrier again, and Officer Meg crushed him once more with her gravitational force. This continued for about 3 days, and Endrick kept failing to prevent the attacks from getting through even though they were quite weak. Bang! Once again, Officer Meg got him, and this time she decided to speak. You use the power of will, but not only do you lack patience, but you're also hot-headed. People with such abilities are always calm, because the power of will works with mental capacity mostly bordering on focus. You are so quick to get angered and also impatient, which is why your telekinesis will never reach the full potential of its strength. It's easy to defeat you if your opponent understands your character, even though they're weaker. They can prey on your immature personality and use it against you. The calmer you are, the more focused you'll be, which will strengthen your will. It's good for any fighter to know this, and you need to practice on that even more. Officer Meg voiced out lengthily, causing Endrick to show an expression of reflection. Officer Meg stared at him with one eyebrow raised before turning around. This is also why your brother will always be better than you, because during battle, he knows to be calm in every situation, and he doesn't even have the power of will. As this statement was voiced out, Endrick suddenly raised his head up with a look of rage in his eyes. Shum! His eyes turned completely light blue in color as the wind started circulating around him, blowing his curly hair backward. He is not better than me. Endrick voiced out with a loud tone of rage. Officer Meg turned around to look at him. Oh, did I touch a nerve? See how you're so easily triggered, she voiced out. The instant Endrick heard that, his face froze as his eyes slowly started to return to normal, and he sat back down. Now that's more like it. I understand that rage and desire also fuels will, but you'll always be on the losing end if you're not the one in control, so learn to stay calm in every situation, she said while turning around to keep moving towards her seating position again. Time out, she said after sitting. Why exactly do you get triggered by your brother? Why do you dislike your brother so much? She asked. Because he's trash, and he will always be trash, Endrick voiced out with a spiteful look as he gnashed his teeth. Officer Meg stared at him with a look of intent. So RRY, he said as he calmed himself. It's all right, you're learning. Officer Meg let him off the hook this time. But we both know he's not trash, so why would you call him that? In fact, he's one of the powerful, if not most powerful, first-year cadet. Officer Meg said as she recalled everything she knew about Gustav and even the time he purposely faked his test scores, which she was very well aware of. He's not. He didn't used to be. I am better. I was better. Endrick had a conflicted look on his face as he stuttered while speaking. Yes, we all know the story of how he went through a phase and his bloodline underwent a late evolution. Officer Meg responded. So, give me a solid reason why you dislike him to the point of hate, Officer Meg requested. That's because he is stealing my spotlight. I should be the one getting praise from everyone. I should be the one getting fawned upon by these lesser mixed bloods. He used to be so weak he would hide under my shelter, and now. Endrick had to stop at this point because he realized he was already breathing in and out profusely. Silence. Officer Meg stared at him for seconds without saying a single word with a look of pity. Endrick didn't understand why she was staring at him like that, but he didn't know what to say. Everything you mentioned so far, none of them are solid. Officer Meg finally broke the silence. Endrick was about to retort, but she cut him off before he could. Maybe you missed the part where he bullied you, where you two fought a few times and he inflicted injuries on you in your younger years. Did you also miss the part where he treated you like a pile of dung? Where he insulted you or forced you to do something against your will? Officer Mag stated. Endrick's mouth opened up like he wanted to say something, but couldn't find any words. That's what I thought, she added while shaking her head. Their mother must have been one demented psycho to raise a child this way. It won't be easy to change his mode of reasoning, Officer Mag thought internally. Now, let's continue. Remember to be calm this time, she voiced out before giving Endrick some time to prepare his barrier. This time she waited for about 5 hours before implementing an attack, and this time Endrick was able to prevent it from phasing through. They did it several times more before she moved on to a new type of training for him. When their full 1-week isolated training ended, Endrick was already starting to act a little different. She instructed him to proceed towards this place the instant he had free time after training, and from then, their training continued. Officer Mag completely tamed Endrick in the past 3 months, making him turn completely meek in her presence. Whenever he misbehaved, she always knew just what to do to him, and occasionally they would have talked about him and Gustav. Without knowing, he was slowly starting to relinquish the hate he had for Gustav within. Endrick's mind returned back to the present as he noticed Officer Mag's appearance within the simulation room. "Mr. Special, shall we?" she said while inviting him towards one part of the simulation room. "Why are you still calling me that?" Chapter 474. "Mr. Special, shall we?" she said while inviting him towards one part of the simulation room. "Why are you still calling me that?" Endrick asked with a slightly disturbed look. "Oh, did you forget claiming that you were special?" Officer Mag responded with a dismissive stare. "Yes, stop that, it sounds kind of obnoxious." And "Cocky," Endrick responded with a repressed gaze. Are you sure?" Officer Mag asked. "H&M, can we just carry on with today's training, please?" Endrick proposed. "All right. Might I remind you, this torture ends for you this week, just as it also ends for me. After this, we can both go back to our normal livelihood within the MBO," Officer Mag announced. "Oh, yeah." A wry smile appeared on Endrick's face as Officer Mag made the announcement. "Now, first off, I'll check the current stage of your will," Officer Mag said while moving towards Endrick with a small device in her hand. Moving it close to Endrick, she activated it and checked what she intended to. Gustav, at the moment, was currently dealing with a group of mixed breeds within the 16th level of the dungeon. A group of 2-headed lizard men, mixed breeds, who breathe fire with one head and ice in the other, enclosed Gustav on all sides within this underground-looking passageway that neither had an exit or an entrance. Jumping up in the air and spinning several times, Gustav landed in between 2 of these creatures and stabbed out fiercely with both palms. Poochie, Poochie, the tip of his fingers coated in milky-colored energy, pierced through the left and right neck of both 2-headed lizard men simultaneously, as green blood oozed down his fingertips. The creatures still seemed to be alive, although one of their heads had gone offline due to Gustav's stabbing. Zoom! Zoom! 2 pillars of fire and ice were being shot towards his location at the same time. Gustav quickly turned to the side and grabbed hold of the one on the left, putting it in front of himself. Bang! The creature was instantly burned and froze to death. Half of its body was shaped into an ice crystal as it stood in place, while the other half was roasted to ash. Gustav proceeded to grab hold of the next one by the tail and ran forward while swinging it around. Bang! 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 As the lizardmen's bodies were smashed into each other, blood was sent, spilling everywhere. Gustav made sure to dodge the rest of the fire and ice being shot out from different spots. The temperature of the place had been messed up at this point. It was both a mixture of hot and cold, but Gustav remained unaffected as he massacred the creatures, one after the other. After a few more minutes, the battle ended, and all that could be seen were the scattered bodies all around the place of the lizard men. About 30 of them had attacked him all at once, and now all 30 of them had become past tense, all without a single body part completely intact. SSHHSSS. An opening appeared on the northeast side of the massive tunnelway, and this opening had stairs that led further down. Now it's time to challenge the 17th level, Gustav muttered as he walked towards that part of the dungeon. Hours went by, and it was finally time to leave the dungeon since he still had to attend one more training session for the day. At the moment, Gustav was currently soaked in blood that included both his and the creatures he had been fighting. "Looks like 24 is my limit for now," Gustav said as he fell to the ground, laying beside the massive body of a creature that covered up to 400 feet of space. This creature had a massive hole in its body where the ground could be seen from it. It had already lost its life earlier, along with 3 more that looked similar to it scattered across the place. He still hasn't tried using the mixture of the energy from the border and the energy from the crystal he found within the mountain, because he was afraid he would alert the instructors after usage. However, he had pretty much used every single ability in his arsenal to get to this level. I should be able to defeat that creature now. Gustav remembered the serpentine mixed breed within the border. He remembered just how much he had been awed that such a powerful creature existed, and he couldn't imagine how long it'd take to reach the level where he could defeat it. It had been up to 6 months since his last encounter with it, and then he could only use Yarki to bring it under control. But his attacks were still weak that they could barely cause any damage to it. He had already decided that he would find time to visit the neighborhood area after he got out of here for his first mission. Gustav stood to his feet after resting for a few seconds and dashed across the place, stabbing his hand into different parts of the creature's body. He took several internal organs of these creatures and kept them within his storage device. "Mara still needs these for her project," Gustav muttered. According to Mara, she was working on a project where she needed organs of strong mixed breeds along with a lot of other ingredients. Gustav had to share his pass points with her because she ended up finishing hers while getting the ingredients needed for her experiment. Working on personal projects meant lesser free resources, which meant a cadet in the scientific field would have to use their points to purchase items they needed. Mara did this and ended up using hers completely and still couldn't purchase everything she needed. She was quite the science freak and kept persuading Gustav that once her experiment became a success, he would be the first person to benefit from it. Chapter 475. All this was, she hoped that Gustav would assist her somehow since she was literally running short on funds. Gustav, of course, just laughed it off and told her her explanation wasn't necessary and she could come to him for assistance at any time. Gustav started heading back towards the surface of the dungeon after taking all the necessitates needed. In 2 days, the officer who was assisting the formerly unknown group of cadets was finally caught by Officer Mag. Word spread around camp about how the instructor who killed the 4 cadets had been caught. This was one of the 3 combat instructors, Officer Kendrick. Everyone was finding it difficult to believe, mostly because he acted kind to the cadets and would even encourage some to come to see him after the training session for personal training, just like the other 2. Officer Cora was the main instructor for the combat training session, so he was asked to come in for questioning. Since Officer Kendrick was his subordinate, he was also seen as a suspect. This made Angie seriously worried because she knew just how much of a nice person Officer Cora was. He had been personally training her for months now and had never given her any reason to suspect him in any way. Gustav made his way to Commander Celia's office, hours after the news spread across the camp. He already communicated with Officer Mag to meet at the office. Minutes later, they were both in her office discussing. "How did you catch him?" Gustav asked. "How is that any of your business? Is that why you called me here?" Officer Mag said while raising one eyebrow. "Oh, I felt like he hasn't spoken or answered to any of your questions. I'm also guessing the brain tweaking device doesn't work on him, which means y'all can't truly figure out the motive behind the situation and the other cadets involved. Gustav stated lengthily. Officer Mag's eyes showed surprise as she heard Gustav list out the situation accurately. So I was right. Whoever that is truly behind this took a lot of precautions, as expected, Gustav said internally after noticing the look on Officer Mag's face. So? Officer Mag asked. Well, I have information, but how did you catch him, though? Gustav asked again. I set a trap and fell for it. Officer Mag stated before proceeding to narrate how it happened. She allowed a rumor to circulate where it was mentioned that Gremlin already knew the identity of the special class cadet in the unknown group. Doing this, she lured out the group again as they came after Gremlin secretively. This time Officer Mag made sure to keep her attention on the main control room within the MBO camp. There was a technological device called the Oracle. This device made it possible to check out scenarios that had gone down in any location within camp so long as the right coordinates were inputted. They mostly made use of the device when the invisible, flying cams were unable to capture an event that happened in a location due to unavailability or not being in that area. If something serious happened, they would use the Oracle to uncover the truth. However, the situation with Gustav and Vera wasn't found due to someone messing with the Oracle, causing the footage to disappear. Officer Mag had managed to lure out the group and focused on the main control room this time because she could tell that the officer involved would try to hide the activities of the group he sent out by messing with the Oracle again. This was how Officer Mag caught him. No one knew anything about her and Gustav investigating the issue in the first place, so she had been able to execute this well. So I have a list of names of suspicious cadets. I have spent the last week monitoring everyone's movements, and you'll find at least 2 or 3 of these cadets to be culprits as well, Gustav said as he passed on a holographic list to Officer Mag. When you say all, do you mean the entire first years? Officer Mag asked with an expression of disbelief. Yes, all 2,637 of them, Gustav responded. How? She asked while scrolling through the list. Now that's none of your business, is it, Officer Mag? Gustav said while proceeding to leave the office. I may be inaccurate about some of them, but I'm sure you'll be able to get a few from that list, Gustav added before leaving the office. Officer Mag was in awe. It was a list of 20 names. She knew Gustav didn't mess around with things as important as this, so she didn't doubt that he had truly spent the entire week inspecting everyone. This kid. What she didn't know was that Gustav had inputted some innocent cadet's name since he didn't want to be 100% accurate with the list. It would be suspicious if everyone on the list was truly a part of that unknown group. How Gustav achieved this was quite simple. All the time he had spent within the camp, he stored a lot of life signs. Gustav had saved the life sign of every single person in camp, the instructors included. Making use of this, Gustav would spy on the cadets and finally uncover the group. As expected, Endrik was part of them, and he happened to be the special class they were referring to. At this point, Gustav understood that the attempt to implicate him and get him to lose his officer title must have been Endrik's plan. Gustav didn't add Endrik's name to the list he handed to Officer Mag because he had decided he was going to handle Endrik himself. Endrik, this will spell your end. There's no redemption for you. Now that Gustav had found the source of the incident, he had no more mercy left in him. In his room, Endrik stood beside the window staring into space as a variety of thoughts seeped into his mind. Those idiots, I didn't expect that they would try to frame him behind my back, just so they could get to delay him in camp for longer. All because that man wants me to defeat him before he makes a name for himself. Endrik sighed before moving to sit down. Should I tell him everything? Chapter 476. Those idiots, I didn't expect that they would try to frame him behind my back, just so they could get to delay him in camp for longer. All because that man wants me to defeat him before he makes a name for himself. Endrik sighed before moving to sit down. Should I tell him everything? Endrick thought hard for a few minutes before shaking it off his mind. No, I can't tell him anything now till I find a way to help her, Endrick decided with a troubled look. 2 days later within a study, a man sporting long brown hair clad in an azure-colored business suit sat down, listening to a large male in a black bodysuit and a mask. This man was none other than Hung Jo and his subordinate. So you're telling me that every single one of the first years with the Nanites have been singled out? Hung Jo asked. Every one of them except for Endrick. The huge man responded. How? Could Endrick have betrayed me? Hung Jo wondered out loud. Impossible. What did the others say in their report? Hung proceeded to ask. Sir, I think you're forgetting that Kendrick has been caught, the man in front voiced out. Who cares about that ant? He's very much replaceable. There are still others. I'm more concerned about how they caught up to this, Hung Jo answered with a cold tone. The others in the shadow are also at loss about how this happened. All they could say was the whole situation turned out for the worse from the moment Gustav was target, the man explained. Gustav? Hung Jo felt something inside him click the moment he heard Gustav's name being mentioned. Wasn't it mentioned that he met up with the camp commander and also arrived there before they could kill the kid that was taken? Hung Jo asked. According to the eyewitness report of the ones in the shadows. This is accurate, the man responded. That kid definitely has something to do with the uncovering of the cadets we have under our control. Hung Jo's eyes squinted as he pointed this out. Pass the message to Endrick that he has to kill Gustav before he leaves for his first mission. He will be assisted with whatever tools he needs to complete this task, Hung Jo instructed. What if he says no? According to the contract between you two, he doesn't have to obey your commands till after his training in the MBO, the huge man voiced out. He won't. He also despises his brother, Hung Jo answered before reaching out to grab the tea cup by the side. The man nodded in response and turned around to head out as Hung Jo took a sip from the cup of tea. Refusal is not an option. I'll have to activate the Nanites if he shows any form of hesitation. It was early, around 4 a.m. in camp currently. Within a girly-looking room with pinkish decorations and concert posters, a girl could be seen laying on the bed with her eyes closed. She had silver and pink-colored hair with 2 small horns protruding out of the sides of her forehead. Pant, pant, pant. She kept breathing in and out profusely as she turned from side to side across the bed. Huff! She suddenly sat up as her eyes sprang open with a look of fear visible within. Sweat dabbled down her face, and some were trapped on her brows and forehead. After a few more seconds of breathing in and out, Angie calmed down. She pulled the blanket from her body as she moved to the side of the bed and placed her legs on the floor. HNG. Angie suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her thighs as her legs made contact with the floor. She grabbed hold of her thighs due to reflex action, and she was wearing green tight fitted shorts so she could see her thighs as she turned on the light. What's this? She wondered as she saw some black lines similar to the look of veins outlines on the skin displayed on her thighs. After a few more seconds, the pain disappeared along with the black lines, and her thighs returned to normal. Angie stood to her feet and moved around to confirm that her thighs were fine now. She decided to brush it off as she checked the time and sat down back on her bed. Weird dream, Angie recalled the nightmare she had a while ago. Coupling it with what she had just experienced a while back, she kept having this weird feeling of foreboding. I need to check on Gustav. Maybe I should also go for a medical checkup to be sure that everything's all right. Angie decided on how she was going to spend her free time today. Instructor Cora was still being investigated, so he would not be giving her any personal training in the meantime. Angie was going to have a lot of time to spend by herself, so she decided on how she was going to make use of it today. The day went by quite fast with the usual routine, and today was also the day Endrick's training with Officer Mag was going to end. Gustav spent his free time doing personal training, while Officer Mag had one last sparring session with Endrick. Endrick had grown quite stronger in the past 3 months as well, due to Officer Mag's sessions. His will was now way stronger, and he was starting to notice that he didn't easily get ticked by words anymore. This is the end, kid. You don't have to keep coming here anymore after today, Officer Mag said as their sparring session ended. Endrick mumbled with a slightly dejected expression. What's with that response? Don't tell me you'll miss all the pain I inflicted on you, Officer Mag voiced out as a smirk appeared on her face. Huh? What? Miss you? No way! Endrick quickly denied and turned around to leave. Chapter 477. Officer Mag chuckled as she saw him walk away quickly. Endrick stopped a few feet away from the entrance and spoke. Do you think I should talk to him? I don't even know how to approach him, Endrick said with a low tone. How do you feel about him now? Do you still despise him? Officer Mag asked. I don't think so, but I think he despises me, Endrick responded. Well, unlike him, you actually did some despicable acts to him back in the days, but I'm sure it's nothing you two can't sort out. You should go with the intention of tendering an apology, Officer Mag advised. I'll try, Endrick said before he continued walking forward. Just as he got to the entrance, he paused once again before turning around. Thank you, he said while bowing slightly before turning around to leave through the entrance. Officer Mag nodded slightly in response before walking towards a part of the simulation room. Gustav and Angie met later in the day in one of the training facilities. Within a room that was simulated to look like a jungle, both of them stood opposite each other discussing. Are you planning something? Angie asked. What do you mean by planning something? I'm always planning everything, Gustav asked and responded to his own question with a strong tone. I know. Not that. I mean, are you planning anything big? Angie asked while rolling her eyes. Do you mind specifying? Gustav asked while raising one eyebrow. The 4 cadets losing their lives was attributed to you and them being in an unknown group. It was said that a battle broke out between you and them, and then that happened. That's something big which looks like something you'd have been planning for a while, Angie said with a suspicious gaze. Oh, that I didn't actually plan that, it just happened. So your definition of big is you asking if I'm going to be killing anyone soon, right? Gustav asked. Angie kept staring at him with a gaze of confirmation. Oh yeah. Of course I am, Gustav responded casually. What? Who? Angie asked with a tone of worry. That has nothing to do with you. Why did I even agree to meet you? We're not on talking terms, remember? Gustav said. Because she's the love of your life, remember. The system suddenly chipped in within him. Shut it, Gustav responded internally before turning around. Angie suddenly held Gustav's arm to stop him from leaving. Please wait. I just have a very bad feeling recently. Tell me who you're planning to kill, Angie requested. Gustav turned to the side to stare at her briefly before pulling his arm from her grip forcefully. Someone that should already be gone if not for your silly interference, Gustav responded before walking away. Angie's eyes closed slightly as she heard that and stared at Gustav walking away. Endrick. Just as I thought. My nightmare. This made Angie recall her nightmare, which made her really worried, but after thinking about it for some time, she brushed it off. Gustav won't lose to Endrick no matter what, she said internally, calming herself. Endrick had already arrived back in his room at this time and was currently sitting on his bed, coming up with lines to say. Hey, bro. I apologize for all those years it was because. Hey, Gustav. It's my fault for not being. Hey, man. I joined others in harming you. Arg, I can't come up with anything. Endrick slapped his forehead as he fell back on his bed with a frustrated look. After a few more minutes of contemplation, he sat up once again. I think I got something now. Endrick muttered as he started formulating a new line in his mind. Just as he wanted to speak again, he heard a knock at the door. He walked up to it and opened it, only to find a small box placed in front. He bent to pick up the box and brought it inside after closing the door. He opened it up, and a holographic image of a message suddenly appeared. Have a death match with Gustav before he leaves for his first mission and kill him. Any tool or gadget you need for this task to be executed successfully will be provided for you. Young Joe, as Endrick read the message, his face creased up. You bastard. I will only kill who I want to. I don't have to obey your commands till after my training here. Endrick voiced out with a tone of annoyance as the box lifted into the air and got crushed by an invisible force. Fwai! Its remaining parts flew towards the wall, slammed into it, and fell to the floor. This message threw Endrick off, and he started prancing around the room as thoughts started appearing in his mind. The next week came, and it was finally time for the cadets to display their most powerful attacks to the group of inspectors who were being sent by the higher-ups within the MBO. Today was devoid of any training because different settings had been made for the cadets to show their strength. It was like a test, but it wasn't really a test. The higher-ups were only there to see their improvement. The cadets had been waiting for this, since this was also a chance for them to prove their strength had truly increased. The inspectors were not really concerned about who was the strongest because this wasn't the purpose of coming to inspect today. They were more concerned about those with the best improvements among all cadets, and there was a particular way this would be graded. There was also a chance of normal cadets becoming special class through this if their improvement was seen as one of the bests in camp. Gustav moved towards the display location along with EE, Eldris, Falco, Timi, and Ria. The place where the display would be held was different from what they had expected. It wasn't anything like a stadium or a battle ring. Instead, it was more like a city. Chapter 478. The place where the display would be held was different from what they had expected. It wasn't anything like a stadium or a battle ring. Instead, it was more like a city. The cadets and the investigators spectating had a facility within this city-like place where they all stayed. Apparently, it was a city created for tests and training within the MBO. It was fairly large, with residential and business buildings positioned all across the place. Gustav and the others arrived there on time. They took their seat in the facility, which happened to be a kind of tower situated behind the city. There was a massive transparent wall in front of the seating area where everyone could see the city from their seating position. There were also projections that displayed different parts of the small city as well. The 4 inspectors from the higher-ups sat at the northwest corner within the facility clad in ash and red-colored uniform, which showed that their ranks were higher than that of all the instructors. As every first-year cadet arrived, one of the instructors moved to the front as the event began. I will now explain your tasks for today, Instructor Bryant voiced out as he gestured at the city in front. This is a city just like in the outside world, built only for the purpose of training an event like this. You all will be tasked with protecting different sections of this city in front, Instructor Bryant explained as he gestured towards the city. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The place turned a little noisy as Officer Bryant got to that point because some of the cadets were wondering why Officer Bryant was mentioning protection when they were prepared to display their most powerful abilities. Whatever section of the city you're tasked with protecting has to be kept safe while you attack whatever threatens its safety. As Officer Bryant reached this point, a holographic image of a black, round, metallic-looking ball writhing with electricity appeared in the air for everyone to see. You are to destroy this before it lands in the city. Every ball has a particular amount of force, strength, and thickness, and it increases in these stats the more you destroy. If a ball eventually manages to drop on that section of the city where you're meant to protect, you will be scored based on how many you manage to destroy. As Officer Bryant got to this point, the cadets had looks of understanding on their faces. You're not allowed to help another cadet deal with their section, and you're meant to control the force of your attack to make sure your assigned section of the city is not damaged because of you," Instructor Bryant added. After all, this was said, the cadets waited for their names to be called one after the other. According to Instructor Bryant, only 500 cadets could be assigned to city sections at a time, so there would be different batches. The special class cadets were not going to be among these batches because, according to the inspectors, they wanted the special class cadets to be assigned to 2 different sections of the city at the same time. They also wanted to focus specifically on the special class when they were performing this task, unlike the normal cadets. The latter was about 500 in number going at a time. They obviously wouldn't be able to notify everyone. They also felt the special class cadets should always be made to do more. The 500 cadets whose names were called moved forward as expected and were teleported to different parts of the city. As they arrived on the section they were meant to protect, they looked around. There were about 18 buildings in the vicinity, and light could be seen coming out of the drawn structure on the ground that surrounded these 18 buildings, forming a kind of rectangular barricade. This depicted that the section ended where the lights were located, and the buildings and roads were meant to be protected. Each section was like a small street. Some were lucky to find themselves in residential areas with small-sized buildings. In contrast, the unlucky ones found themselves amidst high-rise buildings like skyscrapers. Those who found themselves in areas with high-rise buildings started making their way to the top of one of the buildings. This was mostly because it was easier for the balls to hit one of the buildings if they remained at ground level. They felt they would be able to react better if they were on higher ground. A few minutes after the cadets had arrived at their sections, Officer Bryant announced the beginning of the event. They all became alert after the announcement and prepared to attack. Shroom, 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 shroom. A few seconds later, everyone could hear loud sounds coming from the sky like something was traveling through it at a fast speed. They looked up, and in the next few moments, massive black balls started raining from the sky. They descended towards different locations in the city with force and speed. It looked as if meteors were descending from outer space with the speed at which they were moving. Those who had noticed one coming towards their section of the city prepared to attack. The moment it reached points where they knew their attacks could reach, the cadets began sending out attacks simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. Different kinds of attacks were sent into the sky, and sounds of explosions rang out across the place with every collision. In a few seconds, the skies had been cleared, and everyone had managed to destroy the balls before they could land in their section of the city. Not every section was attacked in this first round since it was random, but everyone was still on the alert as they waited for the next round. The skies still had smokes and some kind of coloring due to the massive number of attacks sent out earlier. Chapter 479. Within the facility where the other cadets and instructors and the inspectors were gathered, a board had already appeared on the side of the large hall. It displayed scores of the cadets that were currently in different sections of the city. A few moments later, the same sound as earlier could be heard as the clouds burst apart, revealing more of those black balls. The cadets who found themselves on tall buildings moved away from their current location to another part because the ball's trajectory was different from where it was headed for the last time. They quickly jumped several buildings and stared up towards the arriving black ball that was the size of a boulder. Attacks were once again sent upwards. Electricity, fireballs, energy attacks, fist strikes, and so many different ones. As long as the force of their attack was enough. Once the force collided with the ball, it exploded. The balls exploded when they received a particular amount of damage which prevented fragments from falling towards the buildings in the sections. This way, protection was easier as long as the cadet was powerful enough. This continued for about 10 minutes, and every new round, the balls were always faster and stronger than the initial. As time passed, the cadets' attacks were beginning to become less and less effective. Some of them would have to attack the same ball about 3 to 4 times before totally getting rid of it. Boom! A section of the city was incinerated as one of the balls landed on a building, causing ripples of destruction to spread across the place. The cadet had failed to stop it even after attacking it several times. Luckily, the supervisors teleported him the instant the ball made contact with one of the buildings. More and more cadets were unable to stop the balls after this. The first ended after stopping about 9 balls. The 9th ball was considered to be 6 times stronger than the first and 3 times faster in speed, which meant the cadet did quite well. But he was still embarrassed that he was the first to fail. Other cadets failed to stop the ball in their 10th to 13th round, and only a single cadet managed to reach the 14th round before failing. Minutes later, all 500 cadets were back in their seats after being teleported back to the facility. They all stared at the holographic projection that displayed their scores as Officer Bryant started mentioning the names of the next set of cadets. The inspectors who had witnessed the first batch all had poker faces because, to them, the performance of the normal cadets was already expected, even though this batch of cadets did better than the last. The holographic projection had a side that showed that it was calculating the improvement rate of every cadet from the first batch. It displayed their most powerful attacks when they were just getting into the MBO and the ones they had displayed a while ago. The supervisors teleported the next batch of cadets, one after the other again. They found themselves in different sections of the city, just like the previous ones. They began to also showcase their strength as the balls descended from above. About 2 hours later, every single normal class cadet had shown the strength of their attacks and had been teleported back. On the holographic projection that displayed scores of cadets, their improvement rate was also displayed by the side. Some of them had improvement rates of 400 to 500%, some around 600 to 700%, and the highest were bordering between 750 to 800%. Rhea was the only normal cadet who had managed to reach a whopping sum of 900% improvement rate since his start in the MBO. It was already high to get an improvement rate of 700% as a cadet that was already quite strong on entering into the MBO. Talk more of getting 200% higher than that. The inspectors had their eyes on Rhea and 2 other normal cadets after seeing their improvement rate. After all, they were mostly invested in the improvement rate than the scores. The improvement rate was calculated based on how much stronger a cadet had become since their arrival here, which meant Rhea was 7 times stronger than he used to be. If Rhea happened to be the person with the highest improvement rate, this didn't make him the strongest. This only showed that his rate of improvement is better and higher than the rest. Now it was finally time for the special class cadets to be transported into the city. Since they were only around 60 in number, they would be spaced across the city properly. And it was crazier for them since they had to handle the safety of 2 sections instead of one like the others. Zing, as Gustav was teleported away, he found himself in a part of the city that had both residential and business structures. Unlike the usual 18 buildings, there were close to 40 buildings in the vicinity. Some were as large as a high-rise, and others were small in size, like bungalows, 2-story and 3-story buildings. Gustav walked in the middle of the empty street looking around. The buildings were so well structured, and he could even see within some buildings that there were furniture and other necessities for living there. It seemed as if the MBO missed no detail except for the lack of human life within the vicinity. This was understandable, since the MBO wouldn't want to endanger anyone's life. Gustav looked up ahead towards the southeast and noticed the tall bluish mast shooting up to the sky. There were high-rise buildings in the area that were 200 to 300 stories tall, but the mast happened to be taller than them, reaching over 3,000 feet. Gustav moved forward and arrived in front of it. A certain kind of energy began to circulate around him as he descended to a particular point, crouching his knees a little. Super jump has been activated. His calves bulged immensely as the ground underneath his feet cracked just before he leaped upwards with force. Thump! Each of them had displayed how spectacular they were in managing their energy and using powerful attacks. Although this didn't mean the weaker ones weren't already running out of energy. But lasting this long was something none of the normal cadets were able to manage, even when they only had to protect just one section. As another round of balls descended, Gustav leaped upwards from the top of the mast towards the southeast part of the sky. He arched his arm backwards with force and threw it forward as he arrived in front of the ball. Bang! Boom! As the ball exploded after the collision, his body phased through the explosion, traveling further forward. Sweei! This was when he noticed the second ball headed towards the eastern part of the double section he was protecting. Landing on the top of one of the high-rise buildings, Gustav dashed forward with intense speed. Swoosh! The instant he arrived at the edge, he leaped upwards. Thump! His body traveled across the air as he leaped over the streets and landed on the top of the next building. Gustav turned towards the right side and dashed forward before leaping upwards again. His body traveled across the air, flying over about 4 tall buildings before landing in the middle of one of the residential areas. Bam! Due to the height at which he leaped, landing on the ground caused a cloud of dust to scatter across the place. The second ball, which was only about 400 feet in the air at the moment, could be seen up ahead. Gustav leaped upwards again and swung his right leg forward in midair. Bang! The ball was immediately blasted to pieces as he phased through the explosion and landed on the balcony of a 2-story building in front. This wasn't only happening in his area. Other special class cadets were also handling the same issue where they had to deal with 2 balls falling towards their sections simultaneously. A showdown between 2 people is going to be happening soon, smiley face. Chapter 481. This wasn't only happening in his area. Other special class cadets were also handling the same issue where they had to deal with 2 balls falling towards their sections simultaneously. Other special class cadets were also able to handle theirs. In some sections, the second ball fell later than the first. Gustav and only a few special class cadets were exceptions. Dashing through the streets, Gustav arrived back at the middle of both sections he was protecting. Other special class cadets at this point were already on alert after that happened, so they were ready to destroy more than one in the next round. Back in the facility, the inspectors happened to be speaking to one of the instructors. "How tough are the current balls?" The one with a diamond-shaped head asked. "Currently half the toughness of steel." The instructor answered, Turn it up the notch. I want to see how powerful the attacks of first-year special class can be," another inspector instructed. Gustav and the others suddenly noticed that in the next round, the toughness of the balls suddenly increased by several levels. Those who were still using less powerful attacks had been taken by surprise and nearly failed to destroy the balls before they landed in their section. Since the toughness increased, they had to attack the same ball more than once due to the attacks. Gustav finally used the atomic disintegration blade, throwing it towards the ball on the other end of the section while destroying the one in front of him. Due to the partially long distance between both balls, the other ball didn't get destroyed in one go after the atomic disintegration blade collided with it. Gustav had to move towards that side as well with speed and destroy it. On Angie's side of the city, it had been relatively easy for her to move around all this time due to her speed. Once again, she dashed up the surface of a high-rise building and jumped towards the side while thrusting her right leg forward. Bang! The massive ball, twice the size of a boulder, was immediately blasted to pieces as she traveled straight to the building on the other side and slammed into the window. Bam! Care away, Cheech. Shards of glass were sent flying across the place as she landed inside the office building on the 234th floor and rolled on the floor repeatedly before coming to a stop. Standing to her feet, there wasn't a single scratch on her body, but she had prevented both balls from making contact with the part of the city she was supposed to protect. Angie looked around with a slightly disturbed expression on her face before finding her way to the elevator and moving to the top of the building. In other parts of the city, the special class cadets were starting to have a hard time dealing with two balls at once, especially when their toughness had gone up by a lot. It was only a matter of time before the weaker ones got evicted. E on his side was having a lot of fun bringing the two balls together. He would open up vortexes, causing both balls to appear in the same spot far above the sections of the city he was supposed to protect and destroy them both in one fell swoop. Even when the dark balls became tougher to destroy, only a few special class cadets could handle it to this point without breaking a sweat. Elevra, since the start, hadn't even bothered using two hands. She had one hand behind her back all this time as she moved from place to place across her city while destroying them with a single attack. Eldris hadn't bothered opening his eyes. He could still handle the two balls falling at the same time without using too much power. Chad had two gigantic blood creatures positioned in different parts of the sections he was protecting. They each had massive, club-like blood weapons in their hands, which they used in dealing with balls that were headed towards their vicinity. Chad didn't have to put in a lot of work due to this. He just sat down at the top of a building with a bored-looking expression. As expected, after about 5 more rounds, 3 special class cadets failed to stop a ball. The supervisors teleported them back to the facility the instant it made contact with one of the buildings in the city. They had managed to clear about 47 rounds, which was way higher than the highest normal cadet, but they were still embarrassed for being the first to fail. As more rounds passed, more and more special class cadets began to get evicted from the city after failing to stop one of the balls. In the next 20 minutes, only about 15 special class cadets were left. At this point, Gustav was still destroying the balls without any form of transformation, even though they were now tougher than steel. Shroom, shroom, shroom. The next round, the sound from the sky intensified, and the special class cadets that were still left noticed 3 of these massive black balls headed for their sections. The spectators' eyes widened slightly as they also noticed it. Combination has been activated. Sprint plus super jump. Gustav combined these two, and he leaped upwards with full force. Thump! The entire mast vibrated as his body ascended into the sky, and he found himself closing in on the first black ball. Bluish tattoo-like glows began to appear all over Gustav's arm. His muscles bulged intensely while he pulled his arm backwards with force. Throwing his fist forward, a loud sound of collision rang out as it made contact with the ball, causing the bluish energy to gather around it. The ball didn't get destroyed in one hit, but instead of Gustav attacking it again, he somersaulted severally in midair before landing on it and leaping forward towards the direction of the next ball. Thump! The instant his legs separated from the body of the ball, there was a massive explosion. Boom! Bluish energy filled the sky as Gustav's body traveled towards the next ball. Chapter 482. Boom! Bluish energy filled the sky as Gustav's body traveled towards the next ball. Gustav arrived in front of the next ball, which was still over 5,000 feet in the air. Bang! Gustav punched it so hard it traveled across the air and slammed into the third ball in the distance. Atomic manipulation has been activated. A milky-colored blade of energy was formed in Gustav's hand, which he threw forward with force as he descended from the air. Sweef! The blade repeatedly spiraled across the air as it found its way to both balls and cleaved them in half accurately after making contact. Boom! An explosion followed afterwards, and Gustav repeatedly spun in the air as he descended to control the direction of his falling body. Bang! He landed on the top of a high-rise building towards the west, causing it to vibrate intensely from the heavy landing. While Gustav was dealing with his 3 balls, the other special classes were also trying their best to destroy all before they landed. Angie swept across another building after destroying the first ball as another horn grew from her forehead, and her speed became so fast only a silver line could be seen. Leaping into the air, Angie did a somersaulting kick as she ascended. Bang! Her leg collided with the ball, stopping its descent in midair and causing it to slightly travel upwards as Angie started descending from the air, landing on another high-rise building. She dashed forward with immense speed, crossing a distance of 4,000 feet in a single second. Whitish energy began gathering around her as she once again ran up another high-rise building and leaped into the air. She was currently headed for the third ball. As she ascended over 1,000 feet above the skyscraper, Angie released the energy surrounding her. Shroom! Boom! A loud sound of explosion traveled across different sections of the city as the ball was disintegrated completely by the whitish waves of energy. Angie's body descended once again, and she started moving towards the other ball she didn't destroy in one go earlier. She was able to get to it in time and destroy it. On Glade's side, she conjured up hundreds of sickles in midair and flung them outwards. He was still having fun bringing all 3 balls together to destroy them in one fell swoop, even though they were now tougher than earlier since he was able to easily make contact with them. Destroying them before they reached his section of the city was very plausible. Eldris finally opened his eyes at this point, and everything around him turned black and white as he traveled towards the second ball. A single touch made the black ball lose its color. The black on the ball was sapped away and covered Eldris' right hand. The instant he punched at the ball, it was blasted to smithereens easily. After doing this, he didn't even need to move to the next one. His beautiful eyes stared in the direction of the next black ball, and then the blackness covering the ball started swirling. Eldris appeared on the ball the next instant as the blackness covering it disappeared, and he destroyed it just like the one before. Dash! Oh my gosh, what is that ability? Dash, Eldris had functioning eyes all these time? Dash, how is he doing all that? The spectators were surprised after seeing Eldris use the power of his eyes for the first time. Elevra, on her end, dashed across the sky like she wasn't affected by gravity as a purplish glow surrounded her palms. A single palm strike sunk into the ball, destroying it from the inside out. She still seemed to have a lot of energy as she moved to the next ball to destroy it as well. Teamy, Matilda, Glade, and 3 more special class cadets failed to stop one of the balls in this round and were teleported back to the facility. At this point, only around 9 special class cadets were left, and these were the most powerful special class cadets among the first years. Vera had been teleported back to the facility about 2 rounds back. He still felt like he had enough energy to spare him for only a few more rounds, although he was quite unbothered. He felt he had already done enough. Dark Falco was also running out of energy as well as Chutlu. Minutes went by, and he finally decided to drop out after feeling his energy nearly running out. He had opened so many vortexes and even controlled the movement of the balls so many times, which caused him to expend a lot of bloodline energy, mostly due to the size of the balls. Destroying the ones in the last one, 2 were no easy feat due to their toughness. Falco also dropped out at this point with 3 more special classes. At this point, only Elevra, Gustav, Eldris, and Chad were left. Eldris and Chad could continue to destroy as many balls that came in the next round if they didn't run out of energy. Still, Eldris was expending a lot of energy by keeping his eyes open. His eyes were literally distorting the reality around him, and it cost a lot of energy to keep going. If he didn't have an A-grade bloodline, he would have run out of energy by now. Elevra was still hanging on like she wasn't even bothered by the challenge. Chad and Gustav were the only ones making use of brute force alone to destroy the balls. Chad still had it easier because of his blood creatures, but he was still spending a lot of energy. 3 more rounds went by, and none of them had backed out yet. Elevra and Eldris were still destroying the balls in 1 or 2 attacks, while Gustav and Chad still had to attack the balls 2 or more times to completely destroy them. This made it look as if Chad and Gustav would drop out soon, but they still went on for about 5 more rounds. Chapter 483. At the 57th round, where each ball size was almost as large as a bungalow building, Chad and Eldris failed to stop one of the 3 balls after running out of bloodline energy. Chad stared in the direction of Gustav's section, where he could see him soaring in the sky after destroying a ball just before he was teleported away. How is he still destroying them with a casual expression? Chad gritted his teeth in frustration after arriving back in the facility. Eldris closed his eyes back as he took his seat beside Falco, Timmy, and Rhea. The other cadets in the vicinity, especially the females, stared at him with a fawning expression. Now that they had witnessed his eye abilities, they believed he could still go toe-to-toe with the number 1 and 2. Although it wasn't guaranteed that he would win, they had seen now that his abilities were sophisticated. He was more powerful than they thought. Chad and the others also received stares of adoration, but after hearing the sound of the explosion from the direction of the city, everyone turned to face the holographic monitors again, now that practically everyone had dropped out of the challenge. Only the 2 most powerful first-year cadets were left. Everyone focused on this, since they had wanted to know who was more powerful among the 2. They had never had a proper battle with each other, and every fight Gustav had always made them rethink if he was weaker or stronger than Elevra. So those 2 are Gustav and Elevra. I have heard reports of them as well, and their performances are fascinating. No first years, regardless of whether or not they're special class, should be able to come this far, yet they did. I'm interested in seeing how far they can go. At the inspector's corner, the inspectors were intrigued and interested in seeing how far Gustav and Elevra would go. Back in the city, Gustav and Elevra had successfully destroyed the balls again. At this point, they could see each other from the distance as Gustav stood at the top of the mast. She had to use more than 2 attacks to destroy a ball now, due to the intense toughness. But she was still fast enough to get to the 3 of them like Gustav. She was 7 sections to the west, but Gustav could see her clearly due to God eyes while seeing his outline at the top of the mast. Her eyes squinted as a smile appeared on her face. It had to be you. Gustav smiled back. Game on. Combination has been activated. His body began to transform as he grew up to 7 feet in height with a large, muscular frame and black-colored thick skin. Fangs grew out of his mouth along with horns, and sharp claws protruded from his fingertips. Elevra could feel the immense increase in energy waves from her location as she stared in Gustav's direction on the mast. Then, it'll get serious too, Elevra said internally as she pulled the head tie from her head, revealing the closed eye on her forehead. A purplish glow covered her entire frame, causing the vicinity to tremble. She stepped forward after noticing the balls descending from the sky once again. Even the buildings around her trembled due to the forceful twist and turn of the space surrounding her, created by the energy she had just unleashed. Gustav also sensed the increase in energy from his location and nodded. She truly is powerful. But today is the day I take the first spot on the rankings, Gustav said as he leaped upwards with force. Thuum, cracks appeared at the top of the mast as his feet separated from them, causing the entire thing to tremble with force. Gustav raised his leg up as he traveled up like a rocket bang. He destroyed the first ball and repeatedly spiraled in the air, increasing the speed of his descent as he landed on a high-rise building. Scree opening his mouth, Gustav shot out waves of sonic energy towards the next ball, causing it to halt in the air for a second before completely disintegrating it. At this point, Elevra had also jumped upwards to deal with her balls as well. The spectators watched with widened eyes as Gustav and Elevra displayed a new level of strength, destroying all the balls that came for the next 10 rounds. Everyone was now convinced that no other cadet could come close to their level of strength and energy, considering how they kept making use of powerful attacks. The eye on Elevra's forehead opened up as she stood at the top of the building. Purplish and dark energy gathered around it before it shot out. Swishum! A beam of penetrative energy shot through the clouds, destroying all 3 balls, falling towards her side of the city in one fell swoop. Gustav dealt with his using sonic screams and physical punches, which always destroyed them. He still hadn't made use of some other abilities, but he was okay with these abilities handling the job for now. These two continued with the destruction for another 5 rounds, and even the inspectors couldn't believe their eyes and kept asking if they were truly first years. However, both of them were slowly running out of energy. Even though Alevra was very powerful, she didn't have unlimited energy. The next round arrived, and this time 4 massive dark balls the size of bungalow buildings shot out of the sky. Before Gustav and Alevra could attack, something happened. A force of attraction suddenly pulled the 4 balls together, and the instant they collided, they began to merge. The 4 balls in the sky, both in Gustav's and Alevra's sections, merged, and 2 massive balls were created. One headed for Gustav's section, while the other headed for Alevra's. These balls were the sizes of a small mountain. No one could imagine how tough they'd be. The speed at which they descended, coupled with their sizes, generated a massive amount of wind that Gustav and Alevra felt from their position below. Chapter 484. The speed at which they descended, coupled with their sizes, generated a massive amount of wind that Gustav and Alevra felt from their position below. The spectators were astonished by the size and didn't doubt the amount of force these balls were carrying was humongous. The balls cast a huge shadow across the sections of the city. Gustav's entire frame suddenly combusted and became covered in reddish-brown flames as he leaped upwards. Dash what? He can use flames too? Dash! Is this another ability of one of his transformations? The spectators were wowed by seeing these flames on Gustav's being as he shot upwards towards the massive ball. Alevra slammed one of her legs on the ground and ascended by over 1,000 feet in barely a few moments. Her fists were covered by a purplish glow as she arched her right arm downwards before throwing it up with force. Threa! She and Gustav happened to hit both balls simultaneously, causing a loud sound similar to that of a thunderclap to ring out. The red-hot fire spread from the point of impact where Gustav's punch landed, but the ball was only affected by being pushed upwards by a few feet. It was still sturdy. The same happened with Alevra, but both of them weren't done. They continued ascending in the air and kept throwing out punches upwards at the balls. Bam! 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 Cracks had already spread to different parts of the balls after they punched them several times. However, it was still far from getting destroyed. Gustav was affected by gravity, so he started falling back to the ground in a few, but as he fell, he raised his head upwards and shot out another sonic scream. Scree! The sonic waves rammed into the gigantic ball again, but only held it in place for a few seconds before it started descending again. Over at Alevra's side, she floated in midair as the purplish energy still surrounded her figure and kept striking the massive ball with her palm. She was like an ant in front of the ball, but every one of her strikes made a tremendous impact. After floating for a few more seconds, longer than Gustav, her body began to descend, and the dark eye on her forehead once again shot out the purplish and dark beam. Shuzhumzum! Bang! Her entire frame was pushed down faster as the beam slammed into the ball and kept ramming at it. From the spectators' angle, they saw Alevra land on a high-rise building and kept firing out the purplish beam. The ball was suspended in the air. Due to the force the beam was emitting and Alevra's body being used as support, cracks began to appear underneath her feet. Kararway-chach. The cracks spread to every part of the massive rooftop and continued to worsen as she kept it up. However, before the top of the high-rise building could give way, more cracks appeared on the massive ball, casting its looming shadow above the city. Kararway-chach. Boom! A loud explosion followed afterwards that sent shockwaves all across the place. Fua! Alevra slid back a little due to the immense force of the wind generated after the explosion in the sky. Meanwhile, on Gustav's side, his arm grew to the size of 10 feet, became extremely muscular and massive as his body shot upwards once more. His head transformed into that of the serpentine mixed breed as he shot out greenish energy towards the ball and swung out his massive hand towards it as well. Bang! Bang! The cracks increased as the greenish energy slammed into it. Still, it didn't get destroyed yet until Gustav's massive right hand made contact. Bang! His hand shot straight through its toughness, causing chunks to fall out just before. Boom! It exploded into smithereens. Both of them had managed to deal with this, which had shocked the spectators a lot because they thought this was the end for them, both after seeing the size of the balls. Just when everyone thought this was where the challenge would end, two more balls that happened to be the same size as the ones they had destroyed appeared once more. Alevra felt like she hadn't even had time to catch her breath, and they were sending out another one. I should still have enough energy to destroy this one. I'll do it fast, she said internally before leaping upwards once more. Gustav also noticed this and was about to leap upwards as well to handle it when he sensed something. Phew hum! Another ball suddenly appeared above his, crashing down with more speed than the first one. Alevra, who was close to the first ball, suddenly noticed this as well. But before she could react, both balls collided and started moving downwards with even more intensity than before. Bang! Alevra was crashed into in the next moment as both balls pushed her downwards while descending. Gasp! The spectators could see her body glued to the bottom of the first ball as the second ball stacked on it, and both descended with immense force. It looked as if she had passed out. Meanwhile, on Gustav's end, he checked out his remaining energy points. Energy, 7,000/15,000. I should spend at least 3,000 energy points if I try this, Gustav thought as he activated size manipulation. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav leaped downwards towards the street as his entire frame started increasing in size. At first, the spectators watching were wondering what he was up to, but in the next moment, looks of astonishment were written all over their faces. Gustav grew past the height of 500 feet and kept growing. In a few moments, he was taller than 1,000 and kept growing bigger. -300 EP, -300 EP, -300 -300 EP. He kept getting system notifications about his depleting energy points as he kept growing taller, but he wasn't done yet. The residential buildings in the sections continued to get smaller in his point of view as the skyscrapers in the vicinity didn't look so big anymore. Chapter 485. He stopped after reaching a height close to 3,000 feet. At this point, up to 4,000 energy points had been spent, but Gustav didn't feel any regrets because this was like an experiment for him. Although he knew he couldn't maintain this form for too long, or he'd be out of energy in no time. The spectators were astonished as they saw the massiveness. He was taller than all the buildings in the vicinity currently, and his dark, beast-like combination transformation was still on. Gustav raised his hands up as both balls kept descending like he wanted to catch them. The instant they reached his hands, he grabbed hold of them tightly. Boom! A loud sound rang out as his massive feet sunk into the ground, creating a small pit due to the size and force of trying to stop both balls. Gustav groaned intensely as his arms lowered and his muscles budged from the heavily. The balls were still pushing him down, but he groaned out as he stood in place. After a few seconds, he was able to stop both balls and separate them before holding one in his hands each. Meanwhile, on Alevra's side, she had finally opened her eyes. She shot out the most penetrative and most powerful beam since the start. The balls were still falling, but were taking damage as they descended with her. At this point, they were only about 2,000 feet from the ground and still falling with immense speed, so it was only a matter of seconds before they collided with her sections of the city. Alevra continued to attack with force, but even with everything, the balls still didn't stop moving, although they had slowed down a little. As they approached one of the high-rise buildings, Alevra finally decided to use one of her most powerful attacks. Thwimim, the wind, a projection of another purplish eye appeared just right above the ball on top. It was very massive, almost half the size of the humongous mountain-sized ball. Zuhum, both the eyes on Alevra's forehead and the projected one shot out massive, pillar-sized, purplish beams simultaneously. One from above and the other from below. At this point, they were close to slamming into the building when both balls finally exploded. Boom! Boom! The shock wave slammed into Elevra, sending her crashing straight through the building. Bang! Bang! She came out the other side and slammed into the next building hundreds of feet away. At this point, Gustav had already caught both balls falling towards his side and was holding them up and repeatedly slamming them into each other. Bang! 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 With every collision, the vicinity would vibrate, and cracks had already appeared on different parts of the road underneath Gustav's feet. Just when the balls were starting to crack apart, two massive balls shot out of the sky again, one towards Gustav's section and the other towards Elevra's. These ones were faster than the previous ones. Elevra, who had just stopped the two earlier, was still lodged into a building on the west, trying to get herself out. Gustav smashed both balls together again, trying to destroy them before the third one could arrive, but then it was too fast. By the time it reached his section, Gustav had raised his leg and swung it upwards like a football player. Bang! He kicked the ball straight back up into the sky and finally smashed the two balls in his possession together, causing them to explode. Each ball was still the size of a mountain, so the spectators were shocked that he could kick one of them back to the sky. Energy 1200/15,000, seeing as he had lost nearly all his energy. Gustav deactivated size manipulation and returned back to his original size. He decided to deal with the last one that way. Meanwhile, on Elevra's side, she had only noticed the massive ball headed towards her section when it was too late. She was unable to stop it before it slammed into a part of the city. Zing! Elevra was immediately teleported back to the facility before the whole city got decimated. Gustav was now the last special class cadet standing after passing through a number of 78 rounds. The spectators watched him destroy the third massive ball after a few minutes. When Elevra arrived back, the spectating cadets had looks of awe on their faces as they stared at her. Dash, Elevra lost? Dash, doesn't this make Gustav the most powerful? Dash, oh my, Gustav is still going, chatter. Chatter, chatter. Discussions broke out as everyone couldn't stop talking about what had just happened. Elevra had several injuries, but they weren't serious, so she took a simple recovery pill to heal. She was unbothered by the voices of the cadets in the background. Instead, she had a smile on her face. That was really interesting, Gustav. I accept defeat this time, she said internally as she stared at the holographic monitor where Gustav could be seen standing on the tall mast again. Ealdris and the rest had looks of excitement on their faces as they stared at each other and fist-bumped before looking back at the holographic monitor. Good job, man, muttered underneath his breath. At this point, everyone thought the challenge would end. But to their surprise, they suddenly saw the clouds split open again. Srua! 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 This time, 4 of these balls started falling from the sky in a lined-up format. The spectators' eyes widened as they saw this. Dash, he's definitely losing this round. Dash, that's too much. Destroying 2 was a hassle, talk more of 4. Gustav stared at the 4 massive mountain-sized balls lined up on each other, descending with immense force. His dirty blonde hair started swimming in the wind as his uniform made flapping sounds. Well, I've been wanting to try this. Let's see how much destruction you can cause, Gustav said as he activated gravitational energy container Bloodline. The gravitational force around him began to twist and turn at this point, giving the atmosphere a weird vibe. Don't tell me you're going to use it, the system voiced out internally. This is an experiment. I'm going to use this to find out how destructive it is, Gustav responded as a head-sized orb appeared in front of him. Chapter 486. This is an experiment. I'm going to use this to find out how destructive it is, Gustav responded as a head-sized orb appeared in front of him. It was reddish-black in color with purplish electric snakes swimming around it. It was oozing with so much energy that a certain kind of pressure was released into the air. Luckily, no one was in the vicinity to sense it. From the holographic monitors, the spectators stared at the orb floating in front of Gustav with a look of curiosity. They wondered what it was since they had never seen it before. But Hendrik recognized this orb shape from his last fight with Gustav in the neighborhood. Why is the color different? He wondered since it was bluish in color back then. Gustav raised his right hand, causing the orb to float above it. Are you sure? You know doing this is practically revealing that your strength compared to that of your peers is several levels higher. The system voiced out. I know. It's all right. I'm the first cadet to be an officer before even starting training. This will make the higher-ups think twice before doing anything stupid against me in the future. It will definitely raise my value, and they won't want to lose me. It's all part of the plan, Gustav explained as he looked upwards with a serious expression. He descended a little bit before leaping into the air with the orb in his grasp. Thuum, everyone's eyes remained on him as he ascended upwards, cutting through the sky. As Gustav closed in on the lineup of massive mountain-sized balls, he arched his arm back intensely. Phew! He threw his hand forward with force just when he was about 50 feet away from the collision. The orb flew upwards further as it still cackled with purplish electric arcs. At this point, Gustav's ascent was reaching its limit as his body started coming to a stop in midair. The moment his body paused and was about to start descending, the orb arrived in front of the first ball. Shishhaihayan. The moment contact was made, a bright, dark reddish light enveloped a radius of more than 3,000 feet in midair, and what came next was an ear-piercing explosion. Boom! Ripple of destructive waves spread from the point of impact, obliterating all physical objects it made contact with in the process. Bang! Gustav, whose body was descending, was hit by the shock waves and sent tumbling down faster. Gustav coughed out blood after the shock waves hit him as he felt his head ringing from the collision. How is it so powerful? Gustav said internally with a shocked expression as his body shot down from the air with speed. The first ball was completely obliterated as the ripple of destructive waves spread across the sky and kept spreading towards the rest. To the spectators' awe, it completely consumed the next ball, obliterating it as well, and kept spreading. At this point, the sky was covered by the reddish ripple of destructive waves that kept increasing in size. The shock waves caused Gustav to slam into one of the buildings, and his body kept flying through several walls, breaking them in the process before flying out of the back of the building. As his body kept traveling backwards and downwards due to the impact, Gustav was about to slam into another building when he suddenly spun in the air, regaining his balance. Zoom! He did a flip when he was close to colliding with the window of the next skyscraper and landed both his feet on them, controlling the force before pushing himself forward. Fwaya! He somersaulted forward in midair and spiraled towards the street in the middle. Bang! In a few seconds, he landed on the ground in a crouching format as a cloud of dust spread around him. Boom! 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 The shock waves from the orb's energy slammed into several buildings in the vicinity, causing windows to blast apart, raining glass upon the streets. After completely consuming all 3 mountain-sized balls in the sky, the ripples suddenly stopped spreading and started shrinking. Gustav stabilized himself after landing on the ground and stared at the sky. The ripples of destruction suddenly shrank completely and disappeared into a blue. After consuming all 3 balls, only one was left at this point. Gustav cleaned the blood from the side of his mouth before leaping upwards, once again to destroy the last ball. Back in the facility, the entire hall had turned quiet. The cadets, instructors, and inspectors all had awe-stricken looks and couldn't wrap their heads around how a first year was supposed to have enough power to do that. From what they had just witnessed, Gustav had enough power to destroy a section of the city with the attack he had just made use of. Everyone had thought he wouldn't be able to pull it off, but he did with more ease than he had been doing before, destroying 3 balls in one go. Isn't he supposed to be a marshal ranked? that level of destruction. It is very close to an Echo rank powerhouse, if not on par. And he's not even a second-year cadet yet. We have this footage sent to Great Commander Cheyenne. The inspectors couldn't believe their eyes and decided to send the footage of the last 1 minute in particular to Great Commander Cheyenne. After destroying the last ball, Gustav once again descended downwards and landed at the top of a 400-story tall skyscraper. He still felt pain in his body from the earlier collision of the shockwaves, but he was starting to feel better compared to before. I could harm myself with that. I have to be careful, Gustav thought with a look of reflection. His body defense was very high, yet the collision still affected him that much. He could already imagine just how much a normal cadet would be affected if the ripple of destructive waves hit them. Chapter 487. You were right. I should only use this on an opponent, I'm sure, is more powerful than I am. Also, it certainly shouldn't be used in cities or neighborhood to avoid casualties, since it covers a wide range. Gustav said internally. Well, I told you, didn't I? The system responded with a slightly frustrated tone. I also need to be very far from its range. Gustav added, after recalling he was nearly obliterated as well just now. Now, he felt he should only resort to using this in emergency situations. Dash! Just what was that, and how is he able to cause such destruction? Dash! It must have been a sure finishing attack move. I'm sure he can only use such an attack once. Dash! Yeah, that definitely is a sure finishing attack move, but way too powerful. Here we were thinking he wasn't that much stronger than a Levera. The cadets began discussing and arguing about Gustav's last move. Most of them felt he would only be able to use an attack of such power only once. If only they knew that Gustav had over 200 of these orbs hidden away in his invisible gravitational field. After a few seconds, Gustav was teleported back to the facility. There was no way the challenge would be continued since its difficulty was already bordering on the level of senior cadets. Everyone stared at him like he was a god after his arrival. Some of them wondered if they were even peers. They would occasionally stare at Endrick as well, who was sitting somewhere behind. Endrick had managed to be among the top 12 special class cadets, and he was only 12. Everyone here was at least 5 years older than Endrick, yet his strength level was frightening at such a young age. They realized that both brothers would definitely grow to become top powerhouses in the MBO when the time came. One of the instructors came forward to say a few things as the scores and improvement rate of the cadets were displayed in descending order. 1. Gustav Crimson, 1,300%, 960 points. 2. Elevra Thorn, 1,100%, 780 points. 3. Eldris Curtis, 900%, 520 points. The list continued on like that, and only about 2 normal cadets happened to be high on the list. Rhea was one of them with a score of 400. Most of the special class Kate's improvement rate was not too distant from each other. Gustav's, of course, was still the highest. The updated first-year ranking was displayed by the side, and now Gustav was number 1 on that as well. Gustav's name wasn't the only one that moved up. Angie, Glade, Endrick, and Matilda also had an increase in their ranks. Even though Elevra had dropped to number 2, it was without a doubt that she was still a formidable opponent with what she had displayed. Anyone would immediately cross challenging her off their minds. However, Gustav's strength was just out of everyone's league right now that a lot of them felt being in his presence was illegal. Elevra now realized that she was right all along. Gustav had truly been hiding his strength. After the event ended, the inspectors asked Gustav to wait behind for a brief meeting with them and the instructors. He did as he was told and waited behind as the other cadets left. The inspectors addressed themselves first, commending them on their work so far, and passed across a few instructions from Great Commander Cheyenne. Gustav was here the whole time. They discussed things that shouldn't be heard by cadets, but no one dared to tell him off since the inspectors had asked him to wait behind. After the brief meeting was concluded, The three inspectors pulled Gustav to a corner for a brief, private discussion. Gustav, as I'm sure you are aware, you will be undergoing your first mission few weeks from now. Inspector Ryan voiced out. Yes. Gustav responded. Initially, we were supposed to give you a 3 days test before sending you out on the field, but now we've changed our minds. Inspector Darby, the only female among the trio, added. Oh, I see. Gustav responded with an unbothered tone. Your detachable MBO officer badge is ready. We can't tell if you will be sent on an undercover mission or a battle mission yet, or maybe a mixture of both, but you will be informed of everything a few days prior, Inspector Ryan stated. All right. Anything else? Gustav asked. Yes, we have been informed about the death battle issued with your little bro. Before the inspector could complete his statement, Gustav interrupted. I don't have a brother. You must be mistaken, he voiced out. It clearly states that you two are biologically related from the reports, Inspector Darby said with a tone of confusion. With all due respect, inspectors, learn to make proper research before making statements. I do not have a brother, Gustav stated. All three inspectors stared at each other in confusion for an instant before resuming, turning to face Gustav again. If that is so, then our apologies. But I'm sure you know who we are referring to, Inspector Ryan said with a mild tone. Skipped my mind. Whoever I challenge is already gone, Gustav said with a casual tone. Ahem, it's Endrik Oslov, Inspector Orion stated. So, what about him? Gustav asked. We want you to cancel your request for a death match with him, the inspector added. Gustav stared at him for a few seconds with a straight expression. No, his tone of decline was so strong and powerful that even the inspectors were a little taken aback. They were inspectors, so everyone fawned on them. This was the first time they were receiving such rejection, and from a cadet, nevertheless. We do not wish to lose any one of you two to such a battle. We believe you both can come to an agreement, find a common ground. Before the inspector could complete his statement, he was once again interrupted by Gustav. No, there is no common ground. The only agreement I want is his to the death match. Gustav remained unflinching as he voiced out. Chapter 488. No, there is no common ground. The only agreement I want is a death match. Gustav remained unflinching as he voiced out. The inspectors were once again taken aback for a few moments. Great Commander Cheyenne has asked us to relay to you that you can request for whatever you want so long as you cancel the request, Inspector Derby added. As tempting as that is. My answer still remains no, Gustav said once again. The three inspectors were speechless at his hard-headedness on this matter. Seeing his stance, they believed they wouldn't be able to do anything to convince him otherwise. So they decided they would relay this message to Great Commander Cheyenne. The inspectors released Gustav after a few minutes of mentioning some necessary things for his mission. Gustav headed back to his room after all was said and done. He wasn't backing down on the death battle. So long as Endrik accepted it, the match would hold as planned. Within his room, Endrik held onto a small white box that he just got delivered to him a while back. He had a slightly curious look on his face as he opened it to check the contents of the box. Within the box was a small, round, black device. The instant Endrik tapped on the button, he noticed a holographic message was projected from the device along with the voice of an AI who read out the contents of the message. Gustav Crimson has issued a death match. Recipient, Endrik Oslov. Venue, Hall of Doom. Date, August 17th. Do you wish to accept? Yes/no. Endrik stared at the piece of information in front of him with a conflicted expression after the AI finished voicing them out. He wants us to battle to the death. Aye. Endrik opened his mouth, but couldn't express his words. Instructions unclear. Do you wish to accept this match? Yes/no, the AI voiced out again. Endrick's hands moved in a fidgety manner as he tried saying something, but still couldn't find the words. Recalling young Joss' commands was messing with his head, so he couldn't think straight. Instructions unclear. Do you wish to? Before the AI could complete its sentence, Endrick tapped the power button, switching it off. Huff, huff, huff. He started breathing in and out profusely as he dropped the device back in the box and closed it up. He took it to a corner of his room and dropped it there. What do I do? Endrick wondered with a confused expression as he moved towards his bed area. Gustav arrived back in his room later and went back to channeling his bloodline. It had been a very hectic day. His energy was almost completely depleted. Although he still had energy from many other bloodlines, making use of skills and abilities from the system always took a lot of energy points, especially when he made use of the combination to use more than one ability at a time. At this time, the whole MBO camp was in an uproar about the events that took place today. The first years began to compare Gustav to the seniors, and rumors even started flying around of how Gustav was on their strength level. Even after a few days passed, the hype of the challenging event that took place still hadn't died down. In the last few days, Gustav had been approached by several senior cadets with nefarious intentions. Some of them didn't like the fact that Gustav's strength was being compared to theirs. They found it insulting that a first year that had only been here for about 6 months would be compared to those who have been here for about 2 years. Since bullying wasn't allowed in the MBO and it was literally impossible for the seniors to find a loophole in bullying Gustav since he was an officer, they decided to challenge him to duels instead. Gustav had received several duel challenges but kept turning them down. He wasn't interested in fighting any one of these seniors, at least not now. With the ruckus he caused by exposing so many abilities the other day, he wanted things to die down, so he had decided he wasn't accepting any battles with seniors till he was back from his first mission. No one knew how long that was going to take since missions sometimes extended longer than initial estimations due to unforeseen circumstances. Gustav could only focus on continuous training for now. A few more days went by, and Gustav noticed that he hadn't gotten feedback on the death match he issued for himself and Endrick. He decided to visit the challenge hall on this day. Arriving there, he met the officers at the counter and inquired about the death match he issued. One of the officers on the counter proceeded to check on the information regarding the death match just as requested. According to our data here, there has been no response from the recipient of the issued challenge, the officer stated while checking the holographic monitor in front of him and clacking on the keyboard to confirm. What? No response from Endrick? Gustav questioned with a slightly confused expression. Yes. The recipient has neither accepted nor declined the request. The officer at the counter responded. Gustav was speechless for a bit. After standing there for a few moments, he made his way out of the challenge hall. This had him confused, and he kept wondering why Endrick hadn't responded to the challenge yet. A lot of thoughts came to his mind as he headed back to his room. Upon arriving at the residence, Gustav headed straight for Endrick's room. He already knew the number beforehand, which happened to be located at the end of the corridor. Gustav arrived in front of Endrick's room door in a minute and proceeded to knock. He wanted to make sure Endrick had received the challenge request because he saw no sense in not responding to it. Gustav felt it would have made more sense if he had declined rather than not making any decision he saw as suspicious, especially after the inspectors requested for him to cancel it the other day. Come, 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 come. After knocking for several minutes, there was still no answer. Gustav allowed his perception phase through the wall and scope around the inside of the room. Oh, it's empty, Gustav muttered as he stopped knocking and turned around to leave. Endrick happened not to be within the room at this time. Within the space simulation training room, Endrick stood in front of Officer Mag with a conflicted expression as a dialogue ensued between them. So what exactly do you want to do? Officer Mag asked. I don't know. Endrick stammered as he answered. Hey, kid, look at me. Officer Mag called out to him. Endrick did as she had said. Do you want to battle your big brother to the death? Officer Mag stared into his eyes and asked, Tell me the truth. Do you still hold so much grudge against him that you feel can only be settled by the death of one of you two? She asked once again. I don't. Not anymore, Endrick answered. There's your answer. Decline the request and talk to Gustav, Officer Mag answered. But this is what he wants. He wants to kill me with his own hands, Endrick voiced out. And it's all my fault, he added. I didn't say it wasn't. That's why I said you should go and talk to him, Officer Mag persuaded. Endrick sighed as his face straightened up with a look of determination. I will. Thank you, Endrick voiced out before turning around to leave. I don't care about your order, Hung Jo. I don't care that you want to fight me to the death, big brother. I will not accept this, he decided internally. Endrick walked back to his apartment with newfound zeal and decided he would speak to Gustav tomorrow after their morning routine, since it was late already. The next morning arrived, and as usual, the cadets went out for their morning routine. The instant the morning routine ended, Endrick decided to look for Gustav. But before he could, he noticed Gustav headed in his direction. Gustav arrived in front of Endrick amidst the crowd of many other cadets. Why haven't you accepted it? Gustav asked with a powerful tone. Endrick immediately understood what he was referring to. Can we go somewhere to talk? Endrick asked politely. I have nothing to say to you. Accept the request and let our fists do the talking on the set day, Gustav voiced out with an aloof tone before turning around to leave. No. Endrick suddenly voiced out, causing Gustav to pause his footsteps. At this point, the cadets who were initially leaving after the morning routine stopped to see the ongoing drama. Gustav slowly turned around while asking, What did you say? I said no. I will not accept the death battle request, Endrick voiced out with a strong tone. Chapter 489. Gustav's forehead creased as his eyes dimmed while staring at Endrick with a suspicious look. What do you mean by you will not accept? Gustav voiced out with a cold tone. Exactly what I mean. I do not accept to having this death match with you, Endrick responded. The cadets in the vicinity all had shocked looks on their faces at this point in time. Hearing that Gustav had issued a death match with Endrick caused a commotion amongst them. Death matches were hardly issued the MBO, and this was the first time they heard of one since they arrived here. Not only was it among first years, but it was also between brothers. Is this a joke? Gustav asked with a cold tone. No, I do not wish to battle to the death with you. No, I do not wish to battle with you at all, Endrick responded while walking forward to stand in front of Gustav. What are you playing at now? This another ploy of yours? Gustav asked while raising one eyebrow up while staring down at Endrick. No, I just want us to stop this pointless enmity and grudge. Please can we go somewhere to talk? Endrick requested politely again. Gustav paused for a bit and kept staring at Endrick with a look of scrutiny. After a few seconds of intense gazing from both parties, Gustav leaned towards Endrick's left ear. You don't fool me, he slowly whispered into Endrick's ear. I know you're a part of that group because I made sure every single one of them were caught except for you. As these words drifted into Endrick's ear, his eyes widened. He knows. If you don't want to be exposed, you'll do well and accept the death match, Gustav added before raising his head back and turning around to leave with a smirk on his face. The cadets, witnessing the dialogue between them, had looks of curiosity as they noticed the expression on Endrick's face after Gustav turned around to leave. What did he say to him? This question was dominant in most of their minds. Endrick stood in place for a long time with a conflicted look on his face before leaving. He recalled along the way that Officer Mag was the one who was responsible for the case about the group of cadets secretly under young Joe. He couldn't imagine how she'd feel if she found out he was amongst the group. This left Endrick with a bad taste in his mouth. On the bright side, he was glad that even with all the investigations, the officers had not been able to figure anything out with the cadets, which meant nothing could lead back to him right now. He was supposed to be their leader because, according to young Joe, they were the disposable pawns that he had inputted to help Endrick rise in the future. Endrick was so shocked that Gustav was the one behind them getting caught. At the moment, young Joe had asked Endrick to lay low with any suspicious activity due to the officers catching on, which meant it would be dangerous for him if he was found to be a part of the group. The troubled Endrick walked back to his room with an expression of contemplation and conflict high on. This was puzzling for him, and he knew Gustav wouldn't listen to a word he wanted to say, so he had no idea the steps to take at this point. He arrived back in his room and moved towards a box by the side. Picking up the device, he tapped on the button. "Do you wish to accept this challenge?" "Yes/no." The voice of the AI rang out again. Endrick froze in place again, not knowing the decision to make. "What did you say to him?" He asked Gustav with a curious expression as they sat in his living room. "Some encouraging words to help him in making a decision faster," Gustav responded with an unbothered expression. "That's quite vague," Eldris voiced out from the side. "Well, it's Gustav. Of course, he won't give a clear answer." Falco shook his head as he voiced out. "I don't know. Something kind of feels off with the kid. I ain't trying to dispute you to enmity or anything. But did you notice he doesn't get in trouble lately, he said with a contemplative expression. "It's just an act. He's always up to no good, but it'll end him once and for all this time," Gustav responded with an emotionless tone. The place turned silent for a bit as no one wanted to really say something perceived as wrong by Gustav, since this was a sensitive topic. "I haven't experienced what you have gone through, neither can I say I totally understand how it felt, but that kid is still your brother." "I can't imagine killing my own brother," Timmy voiced out from the side. "Brother? What big insinuation?" Gustav said with a scoff. "He's still your blood, though." "It seems kind of." Before Timmy could complete his sentence, Gustav cut him short. "Stop spouting crap, Timmy. Just like you have said you don't understand because you never experienced it. Leave it as it is." "Nothing you say is going to change my decision," Gustav stated with an unflinching look like always. "Let's all calm down now." He butted in to reduce the tension. "I think what Timmy is trying to say is, just think about the whole situation from every angle before standing on your decision. It's all right if you decide not to change your mind. Just be 100% sure about it and think the aftermaths," he explained. "Sure," Gustav replied half-assedly, causing everyone to go quiet again. The next morning arrived quickly, and presently it was around 4 a.m. Bed creaking sounds could be heard within Angie's room as she moved from side to side across the bed with a sweat-soaked face. She suddenly opened her eyes and sprang up with a scared look. Chapter 490. Huff, 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 huff. Her chest heaved up and down heavily as she breathed in and out. Another nightmare. Gustav. As these thoughts floated into her head, she suddenly felt immense pain in her thighs. HNGH. Angie groaned in pain as she pulled the blanket to the side to look at her thighs. The outline of black veins could be seen on both her thighs. She kept seething in pain for the next few seconds as the lines grew longer like tree roots from her thighs to her knee area. Suddenly the pain stopped, and the black veins suddenly disappeared. "This again?" Angie muttered with a look of confusion and relief mixed together. The last time this happened, she threw it off as nothing, thinking it was a one-time thing, and now it was happening again. This time it even felt more painful than before. Angie decided that she would visit the medical checkup center today to make sure she was okay. She felt it might be a reaction to maybe something she ate, but she wasn't too bothered because she was sure she would be okay the moment the medical practitioners figured out what the issue was. Putting this aside, she found out that she was still worried about her nightmare. I feel like something is off. I need to speak to Gustav again. I can't shake off this weird feeling, Angie muttered underneath her breath as she stood to her feet. She couldn't stop thinking about her most recent nightmare, which was similar to her last nightmare as well. She went on an early morning jog to clear her head. Angie's current speed was so fast that she ran around the entire camp 1,100 times in less than 2 hours. Currently, across the camp, she was labeled as one of the most difficult special class cadets to defeat because, even though she was weaker than most physically, she could only be beaten if an attack made contact. Her speed couldn't be followed, so hitting her was close to impossible, if not impossible, for most cadets. Only cadets with high perceptive abilities, similar to Gustav's, would react to her speed and maybe time their attacks in correlation with it. However, it would still be very difficult to hit her. After her morning jog, she joined the cadets for the morning routine, as well as Gustav and the rest. Gustav minded his business, as usual, as he ran forward through the first forest. At this point, he was no longer dilly-dallying behind, since he practically knew how to figure out places with traps before he arrived there. It was now way easier than in the beginning. Cadets would occasionally try to meet up with him and share conversations, since this was the only way most of them could meet him. Normal cadets were not allowed to visit the dragon residence. Gustav wouldn't even give anyone the chance to come close to him on normal days. However, Gustav would still ignore all of them and continue running forward. He had received too many love letters this period, especially from girls saying they wanted him to have *X with him. Gustav once again sighed as he dodged another crazy cadet. What can a guy do to avoid all this unwanted attention? Another one wants sex. Gustav complained internally. Maybe you should just give in. You might need the experience. The system chuckled as it butted in. No, I certainly do not, Gustav retorted with a tone of annoyance internally. Oh, you don't want them to know of your inexperience? Little Gustav is afraid of showing his disability to perform procreation activities properly. I see, the system voiced out internally with a burst of laughter. You little. Gustav's forehead creased as he was about to curse. Gustav! He suddenly heard someone call out to him from the side. He would have thought it was another weird cadet coming to ask for *X again if he didn't recognize the voice to be Angie's. Angie. Gustav voiced out as he turned to the side. Can I see you later? After the morning routine, Angie asked with a serious expression. Why? Gustav asked while raising one eyebrow. You should say yes. This might finally be your chance to get disvirgined. The system suddenly butted in within his mind. Shut the fuck. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, internally, Angie responded. I need to talk to you about something important. Please, she pleaded. Gustav stared at her for a few seconds before responding. All right, just as he said this, they arrived in front of the tall mountain and began climbing. It'll race you back to the field, Angie suddenly voiced out with a delighted look as she climbed up fast. You and I both know you'll lose, Gustav voiced out as he also climbed up. Oh, is that so? Hee, we shall see. Angie suddenly increased her climbing speed, going ahead of Gustav. This is pretty pointless, but... Okay, challenge accepted. Gustav responded before also starting to climb upwards with speed. At first, he wasn't taking it very seriously and didn't climb up with his full speed, but he noticed that Angie was getting faster and faster. Gustav started taking it seriously and climbed fast as well. Whenever he closed the gap between them and started climbing faster than Angie, the moment he noticed her, she would increase her speed again. This was surprising to Gustav because he knew Angie didn't have this kind of stamina with their sealed bloodlines. Angie was also surprised with herself. She didn't understand why, but she was filled with so much adrenaline at the moment. Her determination to perform better than Gustav today was at its highest. About an hour later, Gustav stood at the starting point with a look of gratification. Angie, was currently lying on the ground, breathing in and out profusely. I told you it was pointless. But good job, you did pretty well, Gustav commended with a smile. Chapter 491. It was, and T pointless. I wa. I'ld have won. Angie was out of breath, and her sentence kept breaking due to that. Elevera arrived before you did as well, Gustav said while gesturing at Elevera, who was standing a few feet away. Don't be too hard on her, Gustav, Elevera voiced out from behind. Ugh! Angie groaned with a defeated expression as she sat up while pouting her lips. At this point, other cadets began to arrive as well. Gustav and Angie wanted to move to a secluded location to go discuss. But Gustav remembered what had happened with Vera the other time and decided to change his mind. A male cadet wasn't allowed to visit a female residence unless the female cadet gave him a permission slip and vice versa. However, even with that, the other party couldn't stay for too long, but Gustav was sure they would have enough time to discuss, since he wasn't interested in having Angie stay at his place for too long anyway. Gustav brought Angie over to his place, and they both sat in the living room while exchanging gazes. Angie was feeling extremely nervous at the moment. It wasn't the first time she was staying in a room with Gustav alone, but she couldn't handle his eyes staring straight into hers without breaking contact. What did you want to talk about? Gustav finally asked after getting tired of seeing Angie silent. Angie was brought out of her reverie, and a tinge of red appeared on her face as she turned to the side. Gustav, I have been having some nightmares lately, Angie voiced out with a low tone. If you're having nightmares, take sleeping pills, they'll help keep your mental state calm, Gustav advised while raising one eyebrow. He wondered if this was what was so important. As a daughter of two scientists, Gustav was sure Angie should know what to do about nightmares better than a lot of people. It's not a normal nightmare, Angie muttered. What do you mean? Gustav asked while squinting his eyes. You are always present in my nightmares. Well, not just you. You and Endrik, Angie explained. And what has that got to do with anything? Gustav questioned. In my nightmares, you two battle and Endrik ends up killing you. Angie revealed. There was silence between them for a few seconds, as Angie stared at Gustav with a worried expression. It's just a dream. Get over it, Gustav stated with an unbothered expression. No, I don't think so. I have this feeling, this very bad feeling nagging inside of me. Like something terrible is going to happen if you have that death match with Endrik, Angie explained. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk stop being delusional, Angie. He can't win against me. It's going to be his fall the moment he steps into the hall of doom with me, Gustav said with a confident tone. Gustav, I don't know how to explain this to you. I never have nightmares. I've only had a nightmare once before I knew about your death match, and that was when I was still a kid. And something similar to what I had a nightmare about manifested itself in reality, Angie said with a scared tone. Please cancel the death match, Angie pleaded. Gustav stared at her once again for a few seconds before replying. I can't do that. No, I actually can, but I want. This step is essential. If you hadn't stopped me from killing him the last time, we wouldn't be having this conversation, Gustav added. But I. Angie was short of words. She didn't know how to respond to that and realized that her decision on that day actually led to the current predicament. There's nothing to worry about anyways. Stop being delusional, Gustav stated while leaning against a sofa. Angie knew Gustav well enough to understand that, at this point, nothing could change his mind. Even if the most influential person on Earth or someone with a lot of prestige came to request for the battle to be cancelled, Gustav would still ignore this person. She could only hope now that things went well. But then an idea came to her head. If the other party doesn't accept, no death match will hold. From the rumors, Endrik isn't on board and even argued with Gustav the other day about accepting. I just need to talk to Endrick and make sure he doesn't accept. These were Angie's thoughts as she stood to her feet. All right, I'll see you later, Angie said as she moved towards the entrance along with Gustav. You probably want, Gustav responded as he walked her to the door. Angie arrived outside the door, and just as she took one step forward, she paused. Gustav was about to close his door, but he paused when he noticed she stopped walking forward. Angie suddenly turned around with speed and hugged Gustav before planting a kiss on his left cheek. It was so fast that Gustav couldn't react in time. Before he knew it, she had already turned back around and dashed out of the corridor with immense speed. Swisush! Stay safe! These words drifted into his ears along with the whooshing sound due to Angie's speed. Gustav slowly raised his right hand and placed it on the left side of his cheek, rubbing it subconsciously. That was quite sneaky of her. He muttered before turning around to move back into his apartment. Later that evening, Gustav and Vera also met up in his room. Have you managed to complete the process? Gustav asked her. Yes. My parasitic strains are fully developed now. I can take control of him whenever you want me to, Vera responded. Good, Gustav said with a satisfied look. You are going to battle to the death with him. But everyone knows you're powerful than him, so Vera does not understand why he needs to be controlled, Vera stated with a confused tone. Initially, I wanted to control and use him, but now I feel it would be better if he was disposed of. The reason I asked you to continue working the parasitic strain is to make sure the match is accepted. Now that he can be controlled, I want you to activate the strain and make him accept the death match, Gustav instructed. Chapter 492. Oh! Vera now had a look of understanding on her face. Right now, the news about the death match between Gustav and Endrick had spread all across the camp, as well as Endrick's stance on rejecting the request. Many cadets felt this might have to do with the fact that Gustav was currently the most powerful first-year cadet, and going against him was literally begging for defeat. Seeing as it was a death match, they felt Endrick was scared of battling with him. A lot of them had noticed Endrick's shift in personality recently and even attributed it to this, thinking Endrick was only pretending to be a good boy now till when the storm passed. All right, Vera nodded as she responded to Gustav's demand and closed her eyes. Time passed, and Gustav could see Vera's eyelid twitching occasionally. After a few more seconds, she opened it, and a confused expression could be seen written all over her face. I am getting an interference from an unknown and hidden force within him, Vera stated. This force is clashing with my strains. It's almost like it has. Vera had a look of confusion and disbelief on her face as she paused her sentence. Like it has what? Gustav's eyes squinted as he questioned. Like it has the same function with my parasitic strains. It's fighting for supremacy over control of Endrick, Vera responded. Just as I thought. Gustav did not seem to have a confused expression on his face. Vera's response to him was not shocking because he already knew that something was within Endrick. Same function EY. This revelation had Gustav thinking. It was certainly within him since the first day he arrived, but I can say for sure that it wasn't operational. The system voiced out in Gustav's mind. It wasn't operational means he has been himself all this time, but he only started changing about 3 months back. There's a chance that this has to do with that change. Now that there is interference from Vera, he should currently be himself. I will need to observe him for now to see how he acts, Gustav said internally. What are you talking about? A man in a large underground laboratory dressed in a blue business suit voiced. The man in front of him wore a lab coat and had a one-lens spectacle on his right eye. The nanites seemed to have met with some kind of resistance. I apologize, Sir Young, but we don't know the reason for this, the man voiced out as he kept tapping on the holographic keyboard in front of him with a frustrated look. Why are you all so incompetent? You had better make sure the nanites are functioning properly again. Endrick must accept the challenge. Young Joe voiced out with a tone full of killing intent. The man in the lab coat subconsciously shivered as he answered, "Yes, sir. I and the team will do our best to make sure the nanites function as intended." Young Joe scoffed and turned around to leave along with the two large men in all-black bodysuits standing beside him initially. "Bunch of useless," he voiced out as he moved away. The other scientists within the laboratory had fear-stricken faces as they started working on making sure the nanites within Endrick's body functioned properly. A few hours back, Hung Joe had received a report from one of the officers within camp about how Endrick openly refused to accept Gustav's deathmatch challenge. This report threw Hung Joe off because this was totally the opposite of what he had expected. He started wondering what was wrong with Endrick. Even though he got the report about how Gustav was currently the strongest first-year cadet a week ago, he still had ways to make Endrick win. He would have thought Endrick was afraid of battling Gustav, but then he remembered he had sent a message to Endrick telling him he would be provided with whatever equipment he needed to win, even though the piece of equipment was too powerful to be used against the first year. Young Joe couldn't understand why Endrick would decide to refuse when he knew he had a strong backing such as his. This was something he wouldn't be able to figure out since he didn't get feedback from the text messages he sent Endrick. According to the terms of the deal, he couldn't control Endrick by using the nanites unless he refused to obey his instructions after his training within the MBO. However, young Joe kept getting a bad feeling about Gustav and was concerned about the speed of his growth and the threat he could pose if he was allowed to continue growing. So young Joe decided to breach the contract. He didn't really care about that anyway. He instructed his scientists to control Endrick and make him accept the death battle with Gustav. The scene that had just played out a few minutes ago was due to the scientists mentioning an issue concerning the nanites not functioning properly within Endrick. They tried doing as young Joe had instructed, but they were also met with an interference just like Vera. This was because both parties were interfering with themselves, causing Endrick to currently be free. Every action he was making right now was of his own free will due to the two foreign elements within his body being unable to battle the other to supremacy. The next day arrived in a flash, and on this day, Officer Mag decided to pay Gustav a visit. "To what do I owe this unexpected breach of privacy?" Gustav voiced out as Officer Mag made herself comfortable in his living room. "Breach of privacy? I knocked." Officer Mag responded with a scoff. "Yeah, you did, and then opened the door with your senior officer's pass right after." Gustav's eyebrows raised up slightly as he voiced out. "You didn't respond. Who knows, you could have been drowning or dying in one way or the other inside here. I made the necessary call to prevent accidents." Officer Meg folded her arms as she spoke with a righteous tone. Chapter 493. You're so shameless. You remind me of her. Gustav shook his head as he moved forward to sit down as well. "Ah." Officer Mag exclaimed. "Why are you here?" Gustav asked with a straight face. Officer Mag sat up at this point and gazed at Gustav for a few before speaking. "I heard about the death match," she stated. "So?" Gustav asked with a tone of confusion. "So, did you speak to your bro? I mean Endrick first?" Officer Mag asked. "Why should I? We have nothing to say to each other." Gustav responded. "He does have something to say to you. Don't tell me you didn't notice that he's somewhat different from before," Officer Mag said with a mysterious tone. Asterisk sigh, asterisk, not you too. "As an instructor, I am disappointed you didn't notice that it was all just an act," Gustav voiced out while rolling his eyes. "What, an act?" "Ha ha." Officer Mag started laughing out loud after hearing Gustav's statement. "I've tortured, broken, and trained that kid every day for the past 3 months. I've spent so much time with him that I can guarantee that I know him better than you do, even though you both lived in the same house for several years." Officer Mag stated. "It is not an act. That kid is truly trying his best to be a better person than he used to," she added. "You're right. Of course you have no idea about anything. Don't worry, you'll find out in due time," Gustav voiced out cryptically. "Listen to me, kid. I ain't no fool, don't discredit me like that. Give your brother a chance, just let him speak to you once," Officer Meg voiced out with a strong tone before standing up and turning around to leave. When she got to the door, she paused for a bit. "I'm not disputing the fact that you went through a lot of pain and he was a factor. He played a part in that, but do not forget that he is 12 and half his childhood and upbringing was under your crazy birth mother. Kids have no idea of how to act properly without the right guidance. Remember this," Officer Mag stated before leaving through the door. Gustav sat in place for a few minutes with an expression of contemplation. "I guess we shall see," Gustav muttered with a mysterious tone. There were still 3 weeks left till he went for his next mission, so Gustav decided to spend the next week observing Endrik. Day by day, he would either spy on Endrik by activating life signs so he could check his activities through his point of view, or he would stalk him. Gustav still had several skills in his arsenal that he could use to disguise himself, so it was practically impossible for him to be exposed. Gustav noticed that during all his spying, Endrik mostly kept himself in isolation doing self-training in his free time while sometimes he would go visit Officer Mag. Even though his punishment had ended, Officer Mag would still train him occasionally. There were times he noticed Endrik just staring into space. Gustav could tell that the kid was thinking, which surprised him a bit. Other times, Endrik would be laughed at by groups of cadets who saw him as a wimp for backing out of the challenge with Gustav. They would make sure their conversations were loud enough to hear as they ridiculed and laughed at him. Originally, Endrik would be pissed at such actions. However, this time he totally ignored such voices in the background and continued his journey. The entire week went by, and Gustav was not able to find any issue to foul Endrik with. As another day by, Gustav finally decided that he would have that talk with Endrik the next day. By nightfall, Endrik arrived in his room, and just as he took his seat, he heard a knock at the door. He walked towards it and opened it up, only to find a box sitting on the floor in front of his entrance. He picked it up, already knowing who it was coming from. Endrik placed it on the table in the middle of the living room and opened it up. Inside was a small holographic message device. Endrik activated it, and a pre-recorded message was projected in front of him. "Hello, Endrik." Young Joss' face and half of his body was being displayed as he talked. "I'm sure you must have received several of my previous messages, which means you know what I have instructed you to do, but still refuse to do so. That's because I don't have to, you bastard," Endrik said internally. "I know that right now you're probably saying something along the lines of, you don't have to obey me now since your training within the MBO hasn't ended, blah blah." "Ha ha ha." Endrik's face froze as he heard that. "I don't even know how you did it. I'm still wondering how you were able to interfere with the functionality of the nanites." "Huh? Interfere with the functionality of the nanites?" Endrik had a confused expression on his face as he heard that. "It was a good trick, but did you really think ID let you disobey me?" As young Joe got to this point, the footage suddenly changed. Endrik's eyes widened as he saw the next footage. "Mom, Dad," Endrik shouted out as he spotted the two figures hanging from a rope. Liam and Becky Oslov were tied to each other, hanging upside down within a dimly lit and enclosed space. There were several men in masks seen, standing around them with weapons in their grasps. Both parents had blood-soaked faces, and blood was currently dripping down from them and falling to the floor as they were suspended in an upside-down position. The footage glitched and returned back to showing just young Joe. "I don't know if this is enough encouragement for you, but I'll add a few more to it." Young Joe started speaking again. Chapter 494. These men, after beating up both your parents half dead, will also rape your mother 37 times each. After taking those turns, they will gut them both and watch them bleed out. Oh, and mind you, all these will be recorded and sent to you. I hope you enjoy watching gory movies. After saying this, young Joe disappeared as the holographic footage turned dark. At this point, Endrick was seething with so much rage that the room walls began to vibrate. The objects in the room all started floating upwards along with his bed. "Young Joe, it'll kill you," Endrick voiced out with a voice full of killing intent as his eyes turned completely blue. As Endrick started to get consumed by rage, the footage suddenly came back up. Of course, all these can be prevented if you accept Gustav's death challenge. If you're scared of losing, I will provide you with the best cheat mechanism which will ensure you kill Gustav once and for all. After saying this, the footage displayed his parents again from every angle before disappearing. This time the holographic message had ended for real. Endrick's mind was in a state of confusion at the moment. He remembered Officer Mag's words about how his parents were mostly the cause of his bad personality and Gustav's pain. He had come to this realization already. But they are still my parents. I can't let them suffer this fate. The next day arrived, and as usual, the cadets went for their morning routine. Only 2 weeks remained before Gustav left for his first mission at this point, which meant he only had this week and a few days from the next before his death match with Endrick would either be cancelled or held. At this point, even though it was still being gossiped about, everyone already pushed it aside because they knew without Endrick's acceptance, the battle couldn't hold. Gustav had decided that he would have a discussion with Endrick after today's morning routine. He was still finding it hard to believe that Endrick was changing, but he wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt due to what he had seen the past week. After the morning routine ended, Gustav walked over to Endrick as planned. "Let's talk," Gustav demanded while turning around with the intention to head to somewhere private. "There's no need. We have nothing to say to each other," Endrick suddenly voiced out from behind. Gustav's face showed confusion as he turned around. "What do you mean?" "You said you have something to say to me. I'm giving you the chance to do that now," he added with a strong tone. "Not anymore, I don't." Endrick responded with a strong tone as well. Both of them stared at each other with intensity. At this point, everyone around was focusing on them both once again. Gustav was wondering what Endrick was playing at as he scrutinized him with a suspicious gaze. "I have accepted your challenge. We will have our death battle next week as intended," Endrick stated before turning to the side and walking away. "Are you sure?" Gustav asked, causing him to pause his footsteps. "Isn't this what you wanted? Don't tell me you're chickening out now, Gustav." A sadistic grin appeared on Endrick's face as he turned to the side and spoke. "Looks like you finally decided to drop the act. I guess it was too tiring for a little kid to keep up a facade," Gustav smirked while turning around. "You can count on getting destroyed next week," Endrick voiced out before resuming walking. Gustav totally ignored his last statement and started walking towards his room. Almost fell for it. "At least now I won't feel any form of uncertainty when tearing you to pieces with my own hands," Gustav said internally as he moved towards his room. No one noticed the slight look of pain on Endrick's face as he walked away. The entire issue got blown up again, causing an uproar all across camp. The cadets were all talking about how the number of special class cadets would go down by 1 in a week from now. Most of them wondered what Endrick was smoking for him to challenge Gustav, who was currently number 1 and was being compared to seniors. Angie, who had witnessed what happened, had a look of confusion on her face. She had a chat with Endrick last week, and Endrick told her he had no intentions of accepting the deathmatch challenge. This had made her calm down, but now Endrick was admitting to accepting it and seemed to have so much animosity towards Gustav once again. She decided to go after Endrick to confront him about the decision, but there was literally no way out now that both parties had accepted the challenge. Gustav later got feedback about the challenge from the challenge hall, which confirmed that Endrick had truly accepted. Their death match would be held a week from now. Gustav was not even bothered in the slightest about how the match was going to turn out. He couldn't see any way through which Endrik could defeat him. Don't be too cocky. You know, that kid definitely wouldn't just accept the challenge without having anything up his sleeves. No one just walks to their own death. You better be careful. The system voiced out when Gustav was channeling his bloodline. Sure, I will. But no matter what he has up his sleeves, I will end him this time for good. Gustav responded internally with a cold look. After channeling his bloodline for 2 hours, he decided to check his 5 years quest progress. Quests: locate Dimension 6 in planet Humbad. Duration: 5 years. Time elapsed: 7 months. Progress: 0.12/100%. Become the most powerful mixed blood on Earth. Duration: 5 years. Time elapsed: 7 months. Progress: 99 to 100%. He was solely focusing on his progress on becoming the most powerful mixed blood on Earth right now. Almost 10% for the past 3 weeks. Just how powerful is that dude? Gustav felt like progress had been really sluggish recently due to this. Chapter 495. Almost 10% for the past 3 weeks? Just how powerful is that dude? Gustav felt like progress had been really sluggish recently due to this. Even though he could still feel the improvement of his strength with every training, achieving 10% had been an impossible task for the last 3 weeks. He closed the system interface and continued on with his training. Days went by, and the tension created by Gustav's and Endrik's incoming battle still hadn't reduced. Instead, the hype increased daily. After hearing about it, Officer Meg had tried speaking to Endrik several times, but he didn't give her a chance. Same as Angie, the both of them could feel like there was something wrong somewhere. Instructors and officers sent by the higher-ups to try and prevent the battle between the two ended up failing as well. The MBO was not willing to lose any of these two because they both had the highest potential among all other first-year cadets. They could more or less already predict the outcome of the battle since Gustav was currently number 1. Endrik was only 12 years old, yet he was among the most powerful special class cadets. By the time he had achieved the same age as the current first years, they could only guess how powerful he would be then. This would only happen if he lived long enough, but right now, it wasn't looking that way. They couldn't really do anything about it, since Gustav and Endrik had refused to listen to reason. The only way out now is if both of them passed out in the middle of, and the chances of that situation playing out is less than 10%. During the week, Gustav received a package from the outside world. The officer that brought it to his door had a respectful gaze and bowed slightly when passing it along to him. Gustav slowly opened the box and found a stack of paper prints within. However, there was a letter above the stack of paper prints. The instant Gustav spotted the name on the letter, a broad smile appeared on his face. Miss Amy. Finally, Gustav muttered underneath his breath with a joyful look. He first took the letter out of the box and moved towards one of the sofas to take a seat. Hey kid, I want to ask how you're doing because I already heard of the ruckus you've caused in camp. Good one. Make sure you deal with nuisances mercilessly. I compiled a report from several outer planetary officers about the planet Humbad in the Trixton galaxy. The delay was due to the situation with the T-67 device. A lot of crazy stuff has happened in the last 6 months, but I won't mention them in this letter. I'm still on the investigation, but there has been a lot of revelations. Red Shadow is working with me for now. You can meet up with him when you're out of camp for your first mission. I rigged your mission, so expect to see me soon. If you have an important message to pass along to me, use the device in the box. Amy, Gustav read the entire message with a smile on his face. The T-67 device. Looks like they're still on that case, and she rigged my first mission? Does this mean I might get sent to deal with the case she's working on? But didn't the inspectors say my first mission is going to be low-ranked? Gustav was still confused about that particular sentence. There was no way the MBO would send a first-year cadet on a mission with pros that were practically dealing with a very difficult mission. Since he couldn't wrap his head around it, Gustav decided not to overthink for now. He stood back up and moved towards the box to take out the stacks of paper prints. There were at least 300 papers stacked upon each other in 2 places. Gustav brought them both out and stared at the bottom of the box, which was almost empty. A small, square-shaped blue device could be seen at the corner of the bottom. This was the same device Miss Amy was referring to that Gustav could use in sending a message to her. Gustav could immediately tell that this device was powerful enough to send a message that would be transmitted outside of camp. He turned around to move back to the seating area in a bid to ignore the device, but he suddenly stopped as a thought appeared in his mind. Gustav turned around again and reached out to grab the device from the box. He immediately tapped the activation button afterward and started speaking. Miss Amy. 1 week later, just like that, a week went by, and the day for Gustav's and Endrick's death match finally arrived. Their battle had been scheduled to hold at 12 p.m., so there would still be normal training activities. The entire camp was in an uproar because this was a battle they couldn't miss. However, the Hall of Doom was a place that couldn't accommodate everyone, so only those who arrived early would be able to witness the battle on a closer scale. The training sessions went by in a flash, like time was moving 2 times quicker today. Gustav was accompanied by Eldris, and the rest when it was close to 12 p.m. He just opened a vortex up for them, and they instantly arrived in front of the Hall of Doom. The Hall of Doom was located in a secluded part of the MBO camp where only snowy lands could be seen. It was an ice-cold region with lots of snowy mountains and white trees. The Hall of Doom just happened to be located at the top of a massive glacier. It looked like a tower with the way it extended upwards. Many cadets were trooping towards the location, and some had already arrived inside. The entrance was currently crowded, but the instant Gustav was spotted, the crowd made way for him. Chapter 496. He's here. Oh my goodness, he looks as dreamy as ever. See those eyes. I can't believe he will be brutally murdering his little brother today. All kinds of discussion could be heard from the background as Gustav walked in. Gustav arrived inside the hall and instantly felt warmth envelope his being. Although the outside of the hall was extremely cold, there was a massive ring of fire within. The inside of the hall looked similar to a rocky cave. The walls and the ground were all ashy in color and rough in a rocky way. There were pathways on the side that formed a kind of circle. The circular pathways that extended around the internal structure of the hall were not very big and had ledges. In the middle was a massive pit of fire and lava that kept combusting. Fwum! FHM. Occasionally pillars of fire would burst out from the pit in the middle. It was up to 100 feet deep, and everyone could see the hot red sea of fire from their positions. In the middle of the river of flames was a battle platform floating on top of it. Everyone would have to watch from the circular pathways that surrounded the pit of fire, and since the pathways weren't very big, not too many people could fit in here. This was where the heat was coming from. It was quite amazing that there was a river of fire within a pit in this cold region. No one understood how the Hall of Doom was constructed. The battle platform in the middle covered a radius of over 5,000 feet, but the river of fire surrounding it was way larger. Gustav arrived at one of the ledges and stared at the platform, floating from place to place across the hot, flamey river. Everyone around kept focusing on him. The flaming lava river was extremely hot and would burn anything or anyone caught within in a matter of seconds. The platform was also floating, so the battle was looking more dangerous than ever. However, Gustav already knew this. He leaped from his standing position towards the platform beneath. Swoof! His body traveled downwards across the river of flames before landing directly on the floating platform. Twish! Part of the liquid flames jumped up due to the impact, but the floating platform only moved to the side bit. Gustav controlled his landing properly so it wouldn't really cause any effect. He stood in place, waiting for Endrik to show up. It was almost 12 p.m. at this point. Several instructors could be seen in the vicinity. They had to be here to spectate as expected. The instant it was 12 noon, Endrik arrived within the hall. Dash, I thought he wasn't going to show up. Dash, this kid really signed his death warrant. Dash, who knows, he might put up a good fight. Dash, remember he still has an unknown bloodline grade. He might be S rank and the terrain is also to his advantage. Endrik also disregarded the discussions in the background like Gustav and leaped downwards the moment he arrived at one of the ledges. Phew! His body traveled towards the battle platform, and when he arrived above it, his body slowly descended as he activated his telekinesis. Endrik smoothly landed on the platform and stared forward at Gustav, who was more than 200 feet away from his position. Both parties have consented to this battle. There are no restrictions. No form of punishment shall be meted out for usage of styles, weapons, or gadgetry. One of the instructors voiced out from above. The battle ends when one of the two parties has lost their lives, or if both parties pass out. The entire vicinity became quiet at this point, as that was mentioned. Angie stood in the midst of glade, and Matilda with a worried expression on her face. She could only hope that things would turn out well. E and the others also watched from their position, but they didn't look worried in any way. Officer Meg was also present here, but she had a look of helplessness on her face because, at this point, there was no way to help the situation. Gustav and Endrik stared at each other intensely as they prepared to start the battle. Begin! The instant the go-ahead was given, Endrik stretched out both of his hands while activating his bloodline. Free-eye! Chunks of flaming lava wrapped in the power of will were suddenly pulled out of the river of flames surrounding them. Gustav dashed forward at this point as Endrik raised his hand up and flung them down, sending these massive balls of flames hurling towards Gustav's approaching figure. Fly! 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 The temperature surrounding Gustav, which was already very hot, turned even more scorching hot as these balls of flames flew towards him. Sway! Swee-eye! Swee-eye! Gustav first paused his movement and quickly swerved to the side to dodge the first one. Boom! It made a loud sound of collision as it hit the platform, causing liquid flames to blast across the place. At this point, Gustav was busy dodging the next ones. He jumped to the side and spun in the air as he dodged two flame projectiles heading towards him from separate directions. Jumping in the air, Gustav dodged three more and closed in the distance between himself and Endrik by another 100 feet. However, the instant he landed, Endrik seemed to have already predicted his landing spot and sent out a compressed wave of will towards him. Why hierarchy? Several rocks on the platform blasted apart as this wave crashed forward with immense force, arriving in front of Gustav in an instant. Gustav raised his right hand and placed it in front of him since he was unable to dodge it at point blank. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as Gustav was pushed back with his clothes ripping from his body, while cracked lines appeared underneath his feet due to getting shifted backward forcefully. Gustav suddenly smirked as he raised one leg up and forcefully stomped it downwards. The instant this action was made, the compressed waves came to a stop. Gustav raised one of his legs and pushed it in front of the other, forcefully pushing the wave backward, which caused Endrik's eyes to widen slightly in surprise. Chapter 497. Gustav raised one of his legs and pushed it in front of the other, forcefully pushing the wave backward, which caused Endrik's eyes to widen slightly in surprise. Gustav began cutting through the waves with sheer force and arched back his left hand before throwing it forward intensely. Bang! His fist made him cut through the waves of will completely, and he dashed forward while activating dash afterward. Endrik gnashed his teeth and swung his hands diagonally, causing more compressed fiery balls to be sent flying towards Gustav again. Sway! Sway! Swee! Gustav once again dodged all incoming projectiles, leaping towards the side and upwards to make sure none of them made contact with him. Even while dodging them due to the immense heat, he could still feel his skin getting cooked. 3 were flying towards him from the sides and up front at the same time. Endrik had timed them so perfectly that dodging was nearly impossible. Phew! The first one arrived in front of him. Gustav leaned backward, causing his back to be only a few inches away from making contact with the battle platform. While the first one was flying over his body due to how low he descended, the other 2 were already close to hitting him from the side. Gravitational displacement has been activated. Both compressed liquid fire projectiles headed towards him from the side suddenly slowed down. He spun his body sideways and slapped his hand on the ground, causing his body to ascend upwards. Why? He completely spun several times in the air as he flew over the flaming projectile on the left and landed a few hundred feet in front. Sprint has been activated. Swoosh. Gustav instantly closed the gap between Endrik and himself before sending a palm strike towards him as he arrived in front of him. Endrik quickly conjured a wall of will in front of himself to use as a shield. Bang! A loud sound of collision reverberated across the entire place as Gustav's palm made contact with the telekinetic wall, which managed to stop his attack from hitting Endrik. However, even with the wall placed in front of him, Endrik was still blasted backward along with the wall, causing him to slide back by over 100 feet. It didn't get destroyed due to the strength of Endrik's will, but the force of Gustav's palm strike still caused him to be blasted backward along with it. Gustav didn't stop there. He dashed forward once again, throwing out his palm repeatedly. Palm strike has been activated. Palm strike has been activated. Palm strike has been activated. Palm strike multiplied the force of Gustav's palm collision by 6 times, which was why it was so powerful that with every hit, an intense wind would be blasted across the surroundings from the point of impact. Endrik gritted his teeth as he noticed the cracks on his telekinetic wall and raised his hand. Gustav suddenly felt a powerful force descending upon him from above and leaped backward. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as the platform vibrated intensely. It swayed from place to place, causing hot liquid fire to be blasted forth from the river around them. The outline of a massive palm appeared where Gustav's initial location had been. It turned out that Endrik had conjured a massive invisible palm and sent it crashing down on Gustav. Gustav, after dodging by jumping back, dashed forward once again with speed. This time Endrik's eyes emitted a deep blue glow as he squeezed his right hand together, forming a fist before throwing it forward. Phew! The ground started being blasted apart in a straight line as a massive invisible fist, shaped with Endrik's will, traveled forward. Gustav could sense that it was at least the size of a small plane. Endrik arched his arm backward with full force and threw his fist forward. Bang! Small and big forces collided, but unlike what one would expect, Gustav wasn't blasted backward. Instead, Endrik's will collapsed like a fragile piece. Endrik's eyes widened once again, seeing as Gustav was overpowering his will like it was nothing. Gustav once again dashed forward and arrived in front of Endrik like before. Endrik shifted backward and stretched out his hand to wrap his will around Gustav. "Not this time, kid," Gustav said internally as he began increasing in size. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav increasing in size made it harder for Endrik to wrap his will around him and also took a long time. Gustav's fist arrived in front of Endrik at this moment, striking him square in the chest. Bang! Endrik's chest caved in as the force of Gustav's punch sent him spiraling across the air. Gustav jumped upwards, traveling towards his spiraling body in midair, and somersaulted forward several times before landing on Endrik's chest. Endrik's spiraling body paused in midair as Gustav's landing on his chest caused him to descend with speed. Bang! Another loud collision rang out as Gustav completely pinned Endrik to the platform while standing on his chest with both legs. They were only a few feet from the ledge of the platform at the moment. "Hiya!" Endrik suddenly screamed out, causing a wave of destructive telekinetic force to blast forth from his being. Gustav made an X sign with his arms as the force knocked him off Endrik, throwing him backward by a few hundred feet. Endrik used that opportunity to quickly jump to his feet and clean the blood oozing from his nose. He was hardly injured due to the protective layer of telekinetic armor he wore all across his body. Maintaining this armor took up energy, but it had protected him from the full force of Gustav's punches, so he knew it was useful. He screamed out again as he stomped his feet on the ground, sending another set of destructive telekinesis waves forward. Gustav at this time was already prepared for it, so he leaped over 500 feet towards the side, dodging the wave. "Maybe it's time to get a little more serious," Gustav said internally as he began to transform. Chapter 498. Gustav's body morphed as his muscles expanded, and he grew taller, with his skin tone turning red. Red fur grew out of his skin as well, with big fangs. He dashed forward diagonally towards Endrik's position in the midst of his transformation. Endrik, who had noticed his approach, stretched apart both hands and clasped them together with force. Gustav, who was dashing forward, halted his movement and stretched out both hands as he noticed two powerful invisible forces headed towards him from both sides. It was like two massive walls closing in on him, looking to crush him in between. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as Gustav stopped both invisible forces with his palms and started running forward once again while holding them in place. Endrik once again sent out another telekinetic attack towards Gustav, which he successfully destroyed. Suddenly, Gustav arrived in front of Endrik with his fist swinging in motion. Endrik tried moving towards the side to dodge Gustav's attack, but it was too fast for him. Bang! Gustav's large fist slammed into Endrik's side, sending him flying into the air once again. Fua! Endrik felt his ribs crack as his body flew hundreds of feet backward across the air. Swin! Everyone's eyes widened as they noticed Endrik's body fly over the ledge of the battle platform and towards the red river of fire surrounding it. His body still kept flying for several hundred feet before it started plummeting towards the burning sea of flames. Dash, that was quite fast. Dash, I didn't expect the battle to be this quick. Dash, Gustav didn't even get serious, yet there are a lot of transformations he hasn't used. Dash, I guess this is the end. The spectating cadets voiced out in the background as they watched Endrik's body plummet towards the river of flames. Endrik suddenly opened his eyes just as he was 10 feet away from making contact with the sea. Truanin. His eyes glowed up again as he spun in the air and stretched out his hand towards the surface of the river of flames. Thuam. Everyone's eyes widened as Endrik's body paused 2 feet away from making contact with the flames. His body could be seen suspended in midair. Endrik had made use of his telekinesis to create a floating board of wool which he used to suspend himself above the river of flames. He stood to his feet and stared at Gustav from his position atop the sea of flames. Gustav slowly walked towards the ledge and stared back at Endrik, who was about 500 feet away, floating above the invisible board. Endrik's eyes squinted as he stretched out his hands towards the river of flames once again. Garhai! A weird sound reverberated across the place as everyone noticed a massive circle begin to form on the surface of the river of flames. The circle outline turned deeper and deeper and continued to spread out, causing more liquid flames to flow into it, till it covered a span of over 1,000 feet. Endrik started raising his hands. Hi-yah! He groaned out as he lifted his hands. Garhai! The massive circle formed underneath started ascending along with the river of flames within it. It was as if a bowl was dipped in to scoop out flames. But in this case, the bowl was made of telekinetic energy and was so massive that the number of liquid flames being scooped up was bigger than the size of a building. Everyone's mouth widened as they watched the river of flames being scooped up into the air by Endrick's powerful will. Dash! Just how powerful is his will for him to do that? Endrick kept groaning while raising his hand, causing the massive telekinetic bowl of liquid flames to keep rising till it was hovering above, in front of the battle platform. Everyone could feel the intense heat of the bowl of flames from their position, since it was currently floating about 50 feet above the river. The massive hole created after Endrick pulled that out was slowly being filled up. Endrick gave Gustav an intent-filled glare as he swung his hand downwards with force. Fwaiwai! The massive bowl of flames began to descend with speed towards the platform. It would have cast a massive shadow, but it was flaming hot and burning red. So instead, the heat surrounding the platform increased as it descended. Gustav turned around and dashed away to avoid the wrath of the river of flames descending upon the platform. Swisush! Bang! He managed to outrun it and get out of its range of collision before it slammed onto the platform. Intense heat waves spread across the vicinity along with shock ripples, causing the entire platform to vibrate intensely. Gustav paused and turned around as he noticed the destructive ripple headed for him. Atomic manipulation has been activated. A 3-foot-long milky-colored blade was conjured in his hand, which he swung forward with full force. Sweehai! He completely cleaved the ripple in half, but the heat waves turned his skin flaming hot. Heat resistance has been activated. Gustav instantly activated heat resistance, causing the temperature of the surroundings to reduce for himself. Krryychh. As his red skin returned to normal, he noticed the cracks that were spreading across the platform. Endrick's attack had weakened the platform significantly, and it looked as if it would split apart any minute. Gustav hadn't even gotten time to stabilize himself from the previous attack when he noticed numerous balls of liquid flames floating in midair. Zum! 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 Thousands and thousands of them appeared in midair surrounding Gustav and Endrick. Endrick still had his arms raised slightly as he stared in Gustav's direction from up ahead. So, this is how you've decided to play it. Quite clever, Gustav said internally while still staring at Endrick. Endrick seemed to be comfortable standing in midair, far from his reach. Fwaya! Fwy! Fwy! Before Gustav could think of a plan, the balls of liquid flames wrapped in Endrick's began to descend heavily from every direction. Chapter 499. Before Gustav could think of a plan, the balls of liquid flames wrapped in Endrick's began to descend heavily from every direction. Sweei! Sweei! Each ball of liquid flames was the size of a fist, and them shooting forward in multiple numbers made it even harder for them to be dodged. Gustav started moving from place to place as he dodged the descent of these projectiles. His body traveled in a zigzag format as he did his best to avoid those that he could. As Gustav jumped upwards to dodge a few, more of them arrived for him from above. He spun severally in midair while stretching out his right hand with the milky-colored blade in his grasp. Multiple balls were sliced in half as his body traveled in midair. He swung the milky blade all around him with speed, clearing multiple balls of liquid flames headed towards him again. Gustav started dashing towards the front while swinging his hand out with speed. His hand movements were blurry, so fast that, in a single swing, over 7 of these projectiles would be cleaved in half. Atomic disintegration was powerful enough to make parts of the liquid flames that came into contact with it disappear. While Gustav was making his way forward, Endrick kept sending out more and more of these. However, Gustav was so fast that even with the speed of these projectiles, he was able to see them in a slower motion and move in their midst while cutting them down. Endrick's plan was pretty smart. Knowing that he couldn't defeat Gustav in physical strength, he decided to stay as far away as he could, while sending out long-range attacks to drain Gustav. Energy discharge has been activated. Boom! Ripple-like energy suddenly blasted forth from Gustav's being into the surroundings, clearing the projectiles headed for him. Gustav had a clear path in front of him at the moment and dashed forward properly. His body transformed once again, turning dark as he grew ram horns out of his forehead with another pair of fangs. He had added the demonic sonic bunny to his combination of transformation. Scree-hee-ha! Gustav opened his mouth as he arrived back at the ledge of the platform, causing sonic waves to blast out from them. Endrik quickly conjured a telekinetic barrier in front of him to block the sonic waves. Bang! A loud blasting sound rang out as he was sent flying once again along with the barrier. Gustav didn't stop. He continued on with the scream until Endrik's telekinetic barrier shattered, and the energy knocked him flying once again after directly making contact with him. Endrik felt his head throbbing immensely as the scream not only affected his body but his mind too. After blasting him across several hundred feet, Gustav's sonic scream was out of range, and he had to deactivate it. Endrik's body was still flying across the air as he spat out blood, and his eyes turned bloodshot. His ears and head were ringing badly, and he was finding it hard to see due to his vision getting blurry. As he reached the rising limit from the force of the blast, his body started descending once again. Everyone's eyes focused on his descending body, and he could see blood dripping from his figure as he fell towards the surface of the river of flames. The flames were so hot that his blood evaporated before even reaching the surface. Endrik himself had some burn marks on his skin at the point due to nearly falling into it the other time. And this time, it looked as if this was truly the end for him. I admit, you're truly more powerful than I am, Big Brother. But I cannot let it end here, Endrik said internally as he squinted his eyes forcefully and spread his hands. SWWWHHHH, he once again conjured another telekinetic board and fell on it. As expected, this prevented him from falling into the river of flames. Endrik once again stood to his feet and stared at Gustav from his position far from the battle platform. He was currently over 1,000 feet away from the platform, standing in midair above the river of flames. The spectators had to acknowledge Endrik for doing this well, so far. They thought it would be an easy battle for Gustav, especially since he could conjure an attack that could literally end everything in an instant. To their surprise, it wasn't quite so, and they didn't understand that Gustav couldn't use that attack in a battle like this because he would also be putting himself in harm's way. You can't get to me from here, can you? This will be the end for you, Endrik voiced out as he stretched both hands towards the river of flames again. Everyone once again saw the outline of a circle on the surface of the river of flames. They instantly understood that Endrik was using that powerful attack again. Endrik was right. From this position, Gustav's sonic screams couldn't reach that far, but Gustav had other alternatives, unlike what Endrik thought. Gustav raised his hand, and orbs began to appear all over the place around him. Gravitational energy, container bloodline, has been activated. When everyone saw these orbs, they were first filled with shock, remembering the display event. The first thoughts that came to their minds were, he can create this many? But then they noticed that this one seemed different from the one he had used on that day. The energy orb Gustav used the other day was reddish and black in color, with purplish electric arcs swimming across its body, while the ones Gustav had just conjured were bluish and didn't look intimidating in any way. This was because Gustav conjured a normal gravitational energy container orb that was currently empty without any energy. Blue circles began to appear around Gustav's arms as flames appeared around his palm, which he began shooting into the balls. These balls started storing the energy Gustav was inputting in them, while Endrik was also lifting the massive bowl of liquid flame from the pool underneath him. Chapter 500. Gustav didn't waste any time. All 57 orbs he conjured had both bluish and reddish colors at the moment as they floated further into the air. Gustav raised his hand and swung it forward like a general telling his army to go forth into battle. Endrick's eyes squinted even more as he saw the orbs charging towards him in midair. He had raised the bowl of liquid flames several feet into the air already, but it wasn't enough. Not wanting to be disturbed, he controlled his telekinetic board to move with his mind while still focusing on lifting the massive bowl of liquid flames. Swee-wee! Swee-wee! Endrick moved out of the way, trying to dodge the first orb. However, the moment it zoomed past him, what came next was an explosion. Boom! The impact sent Endrick flying towards the side as his will got disconnected from the massive bowl of liquid flames and began to fall back towards the river of flames. The impact of the explosion of one orb only covered a radius of around 50 feet, so it wasn't powerful enough to seriously injure Endrick. However, it disrupted his attack. Endrick quickly stabilized himself and conjured a telekinetic bubble-like barrier around him before stretching his hand in the direction of the massive falling bowl of flames. HHHGGHHH. He groaned loudly as he wrapped his will around the liquid flames to prevent them from falling back into the river underneath. The other orbs had arrived around him at the moment, and more explosions began to go off. Boom! 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 The explosions slammed forcefully into Endrick's telekinetic barrier, but were unable to break through. It was shaky on the inside, but Endrick made sure to focus on lifting the massive bowl of liquid flames once again. Veins popped out on his neck and arms as he raised them up with intensity. He was determined to successfully drop this on the platform once again. Gustav's eyes squinted as he made more orbs and sent them forward with speed. They were both unrelenting. However, in the next few seconds, Endrick sensed his telekinetic bubble barrier cracking apart. The massive ball of fiery liquid was already close to 50 feet in the air, but this still wasn't enough height. Gustav swung his hand forward, sending about 30 more balls towards Endrick's position. He made them surround Endrick's barrier, covering up his vision completely. Endrick already knew that this attack would definitely cause his barrier to be destroyed, so he started activating an ability he had gained recently. Space cloning will form projection. Endrick closed his eyes as he said internally. Zoom, his vision suddenly turned completely blue while his eyes were closed, and he began to see through his closed eyes. From his line of sight, the entire environment was blue along with every living being. His line of sight zoomed in on Gustav's position thousands of feet away. It was like having a flying camera type of vision as his line of sight arrived right behind Gustav. At this point, Endrick's barrier had been completely covered by the orbs, so within it was completely dark. It was at this moment that Gustav made them detonate once again. Boom! 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 Multiple explosions rang out all at once, this time destroying the barrier completely. As the energy of the explosions cleared, Endrick could be seen standing in place while closing his eyes. Gustav swung 2 of his fingers forward, controlling the rest of the orbs in the vicinity to move towards the defenseless Endrick. However, at this moment, Gustav suddenly sensed something behind him. He paused his attack as he tried moving out of the way, but he was too slow. SRHHYYYHHH. A bluish-colored dagger pieced into Gustav's left side in the process of trying to dodge. Gasp! The entire crowd was left shocked as they saw the glowing blue dagger lodge 2 inches into Gustav's side. No one witnessed how it got there. They only saw it appear in Gustav's body. How did it go deeper? Endrick also had a look of shock on his face as he opened his eyes. This ability takes a lot of energy. I can't waste any time. Endrick decided not to dwell on that and continued lifting the massive bowl of flames upwards. Gustav swung his hand as he turned around, but he didn't make contact with anything or anyone. The bluish, glowing dagger stabbed into his body, disappeared into thin air in the next second, and blood flowed down, soaking that part of his uniform. That was quite the trick, Gustav said internally as he raised his guard and took a battle stance. Suddenly, he felt something of force from his right side. Bang! As Gustav turned to the side, he got hit before he could stop it, causing his body to slide several feet backward. Gustav's eyes squinted as he threw a kick forward, followed by a punch, and crouched down to do a leg sweep. Even with all this, he didn't make contact with anything or anyone. It was like the force that hit him could make its presence appear and disappear at will. It was so good that he wouldn't be able to sense it with his perception until it was only a centimeter away from making contact with him. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God Eyes to study the wave of energy in the air and use it to uncover the movement of this unknown and invisible force. Gustav was confused because all but he could see around him were glowing bluish lights that spread across the place. Deactivated God Eyes, he couldn't see these lights, but activating them, he could see them everywhere around him. He was literally basking in the glow of these blue lights, and he couldn't shake them off. Gustav suddenly felt the strange force coming from his side again and turned around to swing forth his leg, knowing that he would still get hit since he decided to throw out his attack as well. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds of collision rang out as Gustav managed to land a hit on the strange force a moment after he got hit. Check out my new story, Chronicles of Azeroth. Add it to your library. Vote and comment. If up to 1,000 people add it to their library before next weekend, they'll do a 5 chapters mass release for the Bloodline system. Thank you all. Chapter 501. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds of collision rang out as Gustav managed to land a hit on the strange force a moment after he got hit. Why? He slid back by a few feet and stabilized himself with a look of surprise on his face. Aside from the stabbing earlier, all hits barely had an effect on his body. Now that he managed to hit the force responsible for these sneak attacks, Gustav sensed something. It feels like a person, Gustav said internally as he once again prepared himself for the next hit. Gustav had been studying the pattern of this strange, invisible force, so he stood in place while waiting. Combination has been activated. Sprint plus dash. He suddenly activated this and combined dash and sprint, increasing his speed level multiple times. The strange force was felt again at this moment, headed for his spine area. In that split moment, Gustav turned around with immense speed and reached out. Bam! He grabbed hold of what felt like a fist and held it in place. Got you, Gustav said internally as he reached out with his left palm. Palm strike has been activated. His palm traveled forward with speed, causing ripples of breeze to scatter across the place as it slammed heavily into what seemed like a chest to Gustav, tearing through it. Gustav still kept God Eyes activated. For a few moments, he noticed a bleeping body outline twitching in and out of existence. Within its chest was Gustav's left arm. Fwee! In the next second, it disappeared along with all the small blue dots in the vicinity. Gustav had deactivated combination at this point. He didn't combine sprint and dash initially because of the high amount of energy it consumes. This was why he needed to use it at the precise moment when he was sure the attack of the unknown force was going to appear. So it was like an invisible clone. How is the kid able to do that? Gustav was so surprised as this didn't make sense to him. However, there was no time to think about this at the moment because Gustav suddenly felt an immense amount of heat wave from above. He turned around and looked up, only to see the massive bowl of liquid flames hovering above the platform. The time he had spent dealing with the invisible clone allowed Endrick the chance to pull this stunt. Endrick smiled from his current position thousands of feet away as if he was saying, "I win." Pa! Snapping his finger, the massive bowl of liquid flames began to fall towards the platform once again. Fwayai! It carried so many heat waves more intense than before and cast a blazing red light upon Gustav and the platform amidst its descent. Gustav once again had to turn around with speed, charging in the other direction to leave its range. Even though he currently had heat resistance activated, which currently consumed a lot of energy. He could still feel the searing hotness of the descending mountain-sized liquid flames. Burn marks had already appeared on his skin as the hot, liquid flames got closer. Boom! Gustav felt the blast of heat behind him as parts of the liquid slammed into the platform behind him, and some were close to dropping on him. Swoosh! Luckily, Gustav managed to dash past the range of collision just in time. However, the shock waves mixed with immense heat still slammed into him from behind, catapulting him forward. Gustav somersaulted across the air repeatedly as his uniform caught fire from behind. Kararwaychh, Kararwaychh, Kararwaychh. More cracks appeared all over the floating platform at this point in time. The spectators all had widened eyes as they stared at the splits on the platform increase more and more. All of a sudden, grrhhyyychh, bam! A loud crumbling sound was heard as the platform split into 3 parts from the middle. Gasp! More rocks from the battle platform continued to crumble into the river of fiery hot liquid. Krrryychh. It didn't look like it was over yet, as the parts that got split broke into several smaller parts as well, and some even sunk into the river of flames. The crowd was stunned as they noticed that Gustav happened to be standing on the side of the platform that only covered around a radius of 200 feet. Some of them tensed up after noticing the large cracks on the platform that seemed to be increasing even more. Gustav, at this point, already tore the upper part of his uniform once again. His entire upper body was in full display, and everyone could see the scorch marks on his back and shoulder, which indicated just how hot the liquid flames were. Gustav's back that was stabbed initially had stopped bleeding, and everyone could hardly see any signs of injury. Dash, did he already take a healing pill? This was everyone's thoughts because they had expected this injury to incapacitate Gustav a lot, especially since it was a sneak attack. Still, here he was standing like he had received no damage whatsoever. During the battle, it was nearly impossible to take a healing pill because your opponent wouldn't even give you the chance to heal yourself. The spectators also didn't see Gustav bringing out a healing pill, so they were confused. Gustav, on the other hand, stood on his broken part of the platform with a look of intrigue. The part of the battle platform he was currently standing on was drifting further away, while the other parts in the vicinity kept crumbling into the river. Endrik was up to 6,000 feet away from Gustav's current position, still standing on his telekinetic board while staring at his small outline with a gloating look. Krryychh, bam! Krryychh, bam! The space on the platform Gustav found himself broke apart even more, and there were only about 50 feet more room left on it. From the looks of things, it was only a matter of time before this one sunk into the river. Chapter 502. Gustav scoffed as he closed his eyes and transformed back into his normal form to reduce the weight on the platform. 6,000 feet distance. The spectators were still watching with looks of interest, wondering why Gustav closed his eyes. Smirk. So foolish to assume I cannot get to your position just because of distance, Gustav voiced out as he opened his eyes. Super jump has been activated. Gustav suddenly squatted with speed as his calves bulged with power before leaping forward. Thum Grebo, the platform he was initially standing on, blasted into pieces as his body shot forward, like an asteroid flying across space. Endrik, along with the entire crowd, had shocked looks as Gustav crossed over 4,000 feet in a matter of a few seconds. Endrik quickly activated his will again and sent a telekinetic force forward to knock Gustav down while in midair. Gustav, at this point, already had the orbs floating around himself as he traveled forward. He was only about 500 feet away from Endrik's position when he sensed the pressure coming from above. Gustav controlled the orbs to surround his feet position and detonated them in the next instant. Boom! A loud, blasting sound reverberated across the place as Gustav's being was given another boost, crossing the 500 feet gap in nearly an instant. Whoosh! His figure phased through the explosion behind like a phantom as he arrived in front of Endrick, who was wide-eyed at this point. Both their eyes made contact as Endrick tried creating a telekinetic barrier in front of him as fast as he could, while Gustav's right arm was already traveling forward. Gustav's arm tore straight through the telekinetic barrier before it could form and grabbed hold of Endrick's neck as he landed on the telekinetic board. Ugh. Endrick made a loud, choking sound as Gustav held him up while tightening his fist around his neck. Before Endrick could react to that, Gustav's left fist was already headed for his belly. Bang! A loud sound reverberated across the place as blood shot out of Endrick's mouth the instant Gustav's fist drove into his gut. Gustav pulled his arm back again and threw another punch forward while still holding on to Endrick's neck. Bang! Endrick spat out blood again onto Gustav's face as he felt his internal organs getting pummeled. Gustav wasn't even bothered about the blood as it rolled down his face. Endrick was still choking, and he was about to throw another one when he felt the telekinetic board underneath him getting unstable. He instantly understood that dealing with Endrick would cause the telekinetic board to disappear, and both of them would fall into the river of flames below. "But I'm not done with you," Gustav muttered as he leaped off the telekinetic board with Endrick still in his grasp. He landed on a small rock in front that was floating above the river's surface of flames. Bang! He drove another fist into Endrick's chest, this time the instant he landed there before jumping off again. His body traveled several hundred feet across the air, and in the process, bang, 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 Endrick received hits on his chest, face, gut, sides, and even ribs. Gustav was finally reaching the end of the fiery river towards the south side. He could see the rocky walls up ahead, which also extended to the top where some of the spectators were situated. At this point, Endrick's whole face was smeared with blood, along with his white uniform, which was currently blood red. He was bleeding from almost every part of his body, including parts that Gustav didn't make contact with due to the force of Gustav's attack. His strength. I can't contend. Endrick had tried to break free many times and use his abilities. However, every time he tried, he was disrupted by Gustav's attack. Every hit rocked his internal organs, making him feel immense pain. He had almost passed out at this point and was left remembering his time with Officer Mag. Gustav landed on another piece of a small rock. He leaped upwards with immense force, while pushing Endrick's body forward as they closed in on the rocky wall up ahead. The spectators in that part of the hall quickly moved away in fright. Bang! The entire place trembled intensely as Endrick's body crashed into the wall, creating a massive pit. Gustav kept pushing him forward with the remaining force left from the leap, using his body to create a deeper hole within the wall and breaking through several hardened internal parts. The tremors stopped after a few seconds, and everyone stared at the hole created within the wall from their positions. Chatter, 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 chatter. The voices of the cadets could be heard in the background as they stared at the hole. Bang, 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 bang. The loud sound of someone getting hit kept reverberating from the hole. Those with great eyesight could see a little bit, while others wondered what was happening now. The instructors spectating as well all had looks of pity on their faces. How else did anyone think this would go? Endrick was smart enough to use the location to his advantage. But this was why Gustav was still known as the most powerful for a reason. They could see Endrick receiving more hits from Gustav within the hole. Endrick's eyes finally rolled to the back after vomiting a mouthful of blood once again. Gustav threw him to the floor within the dark hole one more time and stomped his head into the ground before picking up his unconscious body. He slowly walked towards the opening of the hole while pulling Endrick by the neck. Arriving at the ledge, he stretched out his hand in which Endrick was in his grasp. He stared at the river of liquid flames bubbling up beneath while holding Endrick up a few feet in front of the ledge, ready to release him into the river of flames. 1 hour ago. This pill will bring out your latent potential for 2 minutes, causing you to skip several levels. With this, you will be powerful enough to defeat even a senior class cadet as long as you utilize that time. However, it takes 1 hour to activate after consumption, and your bloodline potential will reduce by a step after this. If you don't want this one, you can also go for other options. Endrick listened to the voice coming from the communication device in front of him as he stood in the middle of his room with a red pill in his palm. The battle ends in a "Who do you think will come out on top?" Chapter 503. Endrick listened to the voice coming from the communication device in front of him as he stood in the middle of his room with a red pill in his palm. "I'm taking this one," Endrick voiced out in response. "Are you sure? It's gonna..." Before the person on the other end of the communication could complete their sentence, gulping sounds were heard in the room. Endrick had already swallowed the pill. Enhancement pills that have this kind of effect are dangerous for young mixed bloods such as yourself and also illegal, but the MBO won't be able to find out that you took such a pill. Every trace of it within you disappears the moment its activation period ends, and this one was created by our finest scientists, so the only side effect will be tap. Endrick tapped the deactivation button and closed his fist. Bang. The communication device was instantly smashed to pieces after he made that action. "Enough of your yapping in my ears. It's time," Endrick voiced out with a solemn tone as he turned around to leave his room. In the Hall of Doom, Gustav still had Endrick's neck in his grasp and his arm outstretched in front of the ledge of the dark hole. Endrick's battered and unconscious body hovered around 70 above the river of flames. Gustav's fingers were slowly releasing from Endrick's neck, and just as he was about to let go of Endrick completely, Fuum, a strange wind, suddenly started blowing across the place coming from Endrick's being. In the next instant, Endrick opened his eyes, revealing a set of blue irises and dark blue pupils that were bordering on purple. They glowed with ominous light as he stared directly into Gustav's eyes. Before the crowd could understand what was happening, a powerful force suddenly blasted out from Endrick's being. Shroom! Gustav, who was hit at point-blank range by the blast, got sent crashing backward with intensity. The entire hull vibrated due to this blast, and even some spectators were blasted backward. The instructors quickly swooped in and protected the cadets from the energy of the blast. KRRYYHH. KRYYHH. Lots of spectators had to move away from the ledge of the circular passageway due to some parts of the wall crumbling and falling into the river of flames. As the intensity died down, everyone stared at the position where Endrick was initially situated and found out that he was no longer there. Instead, he was about 200 feet behind, hovering above the river of flames, while his eyes continued to glow the ominous light. The immense pressure coming from him at this moment caused everyone's eyes to widen as they wondered what was going on. This pressure was only felt when Gustav unleashed his most powerful attack back then in the display event. Yet Endrick was emitting the same pressure without even unleashing any attack. Gustav, who was blasted backward earlier, pulled himself out of the new hole his body created after blasting into the end of the hole earlier. What was that? Gustav asked internally with a confused expression. Things just got dangerous. Endrick's energy level suddenly spiked. His current strength level is at the Echo rank. The system announced. What? How is that possible? Gustav asked internally with a tone of shock. I sensed a kind of. Before the system could complete its statement, Gustav suddenly felt a strong tug. Fwyi. It was so powerful and instantaneous that his entire being got pulled out of the hole with speed. The instant he adjusted to what had just happened, he noticed a fist headed for his face up front. It wasn't actually headed for his face. His face was the one heading towards the incoming fist, which belonged to Endrick. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as Gustav was sent flying backward with his arms in an X format. Endrick, who had just performed that attack, stretched out his hand again, causing Gustav's catapulting body to halt for a moment before pulling him towards his direction again. Gustav was unable to react in time before he felt the tug on his body again and found himself traveling towards Endrick once again. Bang! Fists after fist were sent out as Endrick repeatedly this action. But Gustav was able to prevent himself from getting directly hit each time. However, he was taking damage even though he was able to block the hits because each punch felt like a mountain was slamming into him, and he was unable to fight back because Endrick's will had suddenly undergone a big transformation which was letting him control Gustav as he pleased. Endrick stopped Gustav's catapulting body and swung his hand towards the side. Fwai! Gustav repeatedly spiraled across the air before slamming into the side of a rocky wall. Bang! Endrick swung his palm again. Fwai! An invisible force crashed into Gustav's body the instant he slammed into the wall. Endrick repeated the same action. Bang! 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 The powerful force kept ramming into him, drilling him into the wall and causing it to crumble. At this point, the crowd was astonished, wondering what was happening. All this had happened in less than a minute, and it had been so quick that they could hardly follow what was happening. Gustav felt the solid, invisible wall slamming into him over and over again, causing bone-cracking sounds to ring out. Blood oozed out of his mouth and nose as he quickly began to transform. Scree! He quickly shot out sonic waves from his mouth to fend off the next telekinetic attack. Bang! The collision was made as Endrick's invisible force was stopped for a few seconds, but Gustav found it extremely hard to keep it up as the force kept pushing his sonic screams backward. Gustav quickly pulled himself from the massive rectangular hole created in the wall due to Endrick's force and leaped off it. Bang! The force crashed into his initial position and caused debris to scatter all across the place. Gustav's body that was currently in midair increased in size. Chapter 504. Size manipulation has been activated. This always helped in reducing the speed at which Endrick could wrap his will around his body. Gustav's right arm turned massive as he swung it forward with force. It continued increasing in size as it traveled towards Endrick's body up front. Bang! Gustav suddenly felt something block his massive fist the instant it was only a few feet away from slamming into Endrick. Endrick turned towards the side and stared at him. In the next instant, Gustav's massive body was swinging towards the side once again. Bang! 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 In a matter of 10 seconds, Gustav had been thrown from place to place all across the rocky walls at the edge of the fiery river over 100 times. It was as if he couldn't even fight against Endrick's will. Endrick once again reached his hand forward and pulled Gustav out of the hole in which he buried him last, after tossing him across the place repeatedly with his will. Gustav felt his head spin a little as he found himself floating several 10 feet away from Endrick in midair. Endrick stretched both his hands outwards and began to separate them like he was pulling something apart. This same action led to Gustav feeling a strange force wrap around his arms and began pulling them apart. Both his arms were being pulled away from each other with force. Endrick was doing it effortlessly like he was pulling a thread. Meanwhile, Gustav felt like he was being ripped in half by the force of 2 mountains tied to his right and left hand. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav quickly activated size manipulation, and instead of growing bigger in size, his body instantly shrunk. See him, his body decreased by a foot, causing him to be released from Endrick's will. Endrick was taken aback by this, and just as he wanted to grab hold of Gustav's tiny frame with his telekinesis, multiple orbs suddenly appeared around him and exploded. Boom! 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 The instant this happened, Gustav increased in size once again and stretched out his hand to grab hold of the wall by the side. As the explosion cleared, Endrik couldn't be seen in the same position anymore. He had appeared several hundred feet behind. Gustav leaped forward once again with force as Endrik also sent forth his will only for Gustav to shrink in size again, confusing Endrik. Gustav appeared in front of him before unshrinking with an uppercut, traveling towards his jaw. Zing! Endrik suddenly blitzed hundreds of feet towards the side, dodging the punch. This action shocked Gustav as his fist went through thin air. Endrik swung his palm forward, sending an invisible wall towards Gustav again. Gustav shrunk once more and landed on a small rock in front before leaping upwards again. His attack on Endrik failed 3 more times due to him blitzing away like he was teleporting several times. Endrik suddenly decided he had had enough and raised his hand high up, conjuring a large, invisible force above. A strange pressure suddenly blanketed a radius of 5,000 feet around them, causing fierce winds to blow across the place. The instant Endrik swung his hand down, a massive invisible palm descended with force upon the river. Gustav was caught in the middle of this and couldn't get away, so he quickly increased in size, becoming up to 1,000 feet tall, and stretched both his legs from wall to prevent himself from falling into the river as the massive invisible palm descended. Bang! Crumbling sounds reverberated across the entire environment as Gustav bore the weight of this enormous palm, which pushed down on his shoulders, causing his back to tremble. Endrik stood in place, staring at him for a few moments before reaching out again and wrapping his will around Gustav. Fwaiwai! He raised his second hand and caused another massive invisible palm to descend upon the place. Bang! The instant it landed, Gustav lost his foot as both palms sent him crashing towards the river of flames while he decreased in size. Gasp! The entire crowd had widened eyes as they stared at Gustav falling into the river of flames. Gerpel! They couldn't believe their sights as they saw his body sink into it. Endrik finally released the pressure on the vicinity and stared at the location where Gustav fell in with a look of pity. 10 seconds left, he said internally as his eyes slowly began to dim. Dash, is it over? Dash, Gustav lost? Dash, how is this possible? The spectators all had looks of astonishment and confusion. They had witnessed what had just happened with Endrik and his sudden massive leap in strength, which made no sense to them. Dash, hey, isn't that? While everyone was arguing about what just went down, the shocked voice of a cadet brought them back to reality. Everyone seemed to have noticed the reddish-brown orb cackling with purplish electricity floating behind Endrik at the same time, and their eyes widened as they recognized this orb. Endrik turned around the instant he sensed it, and that was when, boom, it exploded with intensity. Zim! Endrik had blitzed away in the last moment while quickly conjuring multiple barriers of telekinesis around him. The instructors in the vicinity also sprung into action at the exact same moment, using their abilities to conjure protective layers around the edges of the fiery river to protect the spectators from the blast. Boom! The bright, dark red shockwaves spread across the place, carrying immense power and pressure with it. It covered a radius of 3,000 feet in nearly an instant, obliterating everything in its path. A massive hole was being torn open within the river of flames that kept expanding as the blast also did. The walls vibrated with intensity. Meanwhile, Endrik's telekinetic barrier was being torn through layer after layer. He couldn't outrun the blast and found himself within it. He still had kept putting more up as they were consumed because the moment he ran out of energy to conjure barriers, it would be his end. Luck, however, did not seem to be on his side as his eyes turned dim in the next second. Time up, Endrik said internally with a look of despair as he felt the energy within him shriveling up. I know I said it was going to end in this chapter. Yeah, it's took longer than I expected. It will definitely end in the Chapter 505. Time Up. Endrick said internally with a look of despair as he felt the energy within him shriveling up. The telekinetic barrier surrounding him started getting ripped apart as the reddish waves of energy threatened to consume and obliterated anything in its path. Endrick tried as much as possible to keep the barriers up and create new ones while amid these destructive waves. However, in a matter of seconds, he had lost all energy within him and he could not conjure another barrier. Boom! As the blast began to die down, a loud scream was heard from within the reddish and black waves of destruction. The spectators witnessed a human-shaped body get blasted out from within the waves towards the far south. The orb destroyed the surrounding walls and caused the barriers protecting the spectators to nearly get destroyed. Later on, the waves began to shrink down. In a few moments, it shrunk completely into a small blue dot and disappeared. Meanwhile, a massive amount of the river of flames beneath was missing. The level of the river of flames beneath had reduced by a lot, and all the rocks that were initially floating above the surface had been totally destroyed. Walls had crumbled, and the river of flames had increased in length due to the destruction of some of the barricades. Everyone wasn't really focused on this at the moment because they could see Endrick's body being blasted far towards the back. Their eyes were widened because his left arm was missing along with his right foot down to the knee area. Half his face was charred black, and blood oozed out of multiple parts of his body like a fountain. He was in such a mess that no one knew if he was conscious or not. While he was being blasted backward and close to reaching the other side of the nearly crumbled wall, a loud blast was suddenly heard from the river area again. Thuum, 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 thuum. Several long and thick-looking icicle-like spears shot out of several parts of the river below. Thuum, one directly shot out of the river, close to the location Endrick was headed for, and stabbed straight into his right shoulder from underneath, hooking him in place. Gasp! The spectators gasped as they noticed Endrick hanging up several hundred feet above the river with the icicle-like spear in his left shoulder area. Phoo! Everyone's eyes widened again as the river of flames blasted open once again, and a pillar that looked similar to the massive icicle-like spears shot out of it with someone standing atop it. Dash, it's Gustav! Multiple shouted out at the same time. Dash, he's alive? Dash, how did he survive that? Chatter, chatter, chatter. Voices of confusion broke out in the background as everyone watched Gustav rise along with the massive pillar he was standing on, which was shooting out of the river of flames underneath. Those with keen eyesight noticed that the instant his body shot out of the river of flames with the pillar, he was covered in some weird-looking layers which disappeared as he rose. Some of them already guessed that these layers were why he didn't get incinerated within the river. Still, they had no idea what it was or how thick it was to withstand the insane high temperature from the river of flames. Gustav arrived in front of Endrick, who was hanging up in the air with the icicle-like spear stabbed into his right shoulder. Gustav could see that half his face had been completely obliterated along with his left arm. Gustav was also looking a bit battered, but his eyes still shone with a fierce light. His face remained cold and unbothered, and his presence grew powerful as he slowly walked forward. The pillar that he was standing on had a large space above that covered up to 50 feet, so he had to walk forward a bit for him to be directly in front of Endrick. Step, 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 step. The entire atmosphere turned extremely tensed as they watched Gustav take his time in walking towards Endrick's elevated body. It was only about 5 seconds, but it felt like 5 minutes because everyone could tell that the defining moment had arrived. Gustav stood in front of Endrick's body and stretched out his hand to place it on Endrick's jaw before slowly lifting his head to stare at his face. Black blood was rolling down his darkened face, along with specks of tears, even though his eyes were closed. Savor your last moments very well. They will be filled with pain, Gustav said before pulling Endrick further towards him, which caused the icicle-like spear to piece into his shoulder even deeper. Blurg, Endrick vomited out blood on Gustav's chest, which he ignored. Gustav arched back his left arm and drove it forward with force, punching Endrick in the gut once again. Bang! Blood splattered all across the place because, unlike last time, Endrick didn't have a telekinetic protective vest wrapped around his body anymore due to low energy. Gustav slowly pulled his fist back, covered with blood that dripped down his wrist and fell into the river of flames below. Everyone watching had looks of pity on their faces. Some couldn't even keep watching as they felt Gustav should just put Endrick out of his misery quickly instead of torturing him like this. Officer Meg was among the people that could no longer keep watching. She turned away with a crestfallen expression as the sounds from behind kept pounding away in her head, giving her an uncomfortable feeling in her gut. Bang! 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 The entire place had turned silent at this point, and all that could be heard was the sound of Gustav's fist occasionally slamming into Endrick's defenseless body. Endrick spat out blood for the umpteenth time as tears rolled down his face. Muam. Didi. He muttered weakly, causing Gustav to pause his fist that was initially driving towards Endrick's face. Chapter 506. Muam. Didi. He muttered weakly, causing Gustav to pause his fist that was initially driving towards Endrick's face. Even in this situation, you still call on the names of the people who ruined your life, Gustav voiced with a cold tone. Hostage. I'm sorry, Theyh, they are going to die. Gustav heard Endrick mutter gibberish, causing his face to show a confused expression. Is this supposed to be a last-ditch attempt to milk sympathy for me? Gustav scoffed as he responded. Not gonna work, kid. Gustav added with an unbothered expression as he prepared to finish Endrick once and for all. Endrick kept muttering gibberish, but Gustav had closed his ears to all that. He could tell that Endrick was trying to apologize for his wrongs, but it was far too late now. Gustav's right hand slowly transformed into that of the mutated bull, becoming massive and muscular. He arched his hand back with intensity while tightening his fist as he amassed energy within his entire arm. There was no way this punch wouldn't pierce straight through Endrick with what everyone had witnessed so far. Ealdris, Falco, Timi, and Rhea all stared in Gustav's direction with conflicted expressions. They had already agreed with Gustav that they wouldn't butt in, so they had no choice but to watch. Just as Gustav drove his fist forward, a loud scream was heard. Stop! Why? The wind blew across Endrick's face as Gustav's punch paused a few inches from his chest. Gustav squinted his eyes as this was a voice he recognized. He slowly turned around as he sensed a projectile headed for him from behind. Gustav raised his hand and caught the button-sized device that flew towards him from the spectators' area thousands of feet in front. As he lowered his hand after catching the device, he stared in the direction where it came from. Angie. What is this? He voiced out loudly after spotting Angie's frame, standing alone on the crumbled passageway in front. Listen to it, she responded loudly as well. This is not the time nor the place for. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, Angie screamed out again. Please, listen to it. Now. Gustav's eyes remained squinted as he slowly lowered his head to stare at this button-sized device. He picked it up with 2 fingers and placed it on the side of his head. Truinen. The instant it glued to his head, it activated, beeping with blue light. Dash, what is going on? Dash, what are they doing? Dash, why did he stop? Dash, is that a mind recording tape on his head? The spectators couldn't understand what was going on right now. The instructors were just as confused with Officer Mag, who thought this was the end for Endrick already. All they could see was Gustav's face slowly changing expressions as he stood in place for the next 2 minutes. Whatever he was listening to was playing in his mind, so no one could eavesdrop or tell what was being said. After 2 minutes, he slowly pulled the device from his forehead with a conflicted expression. He gritted his teeth, a look of annoyance. That bastard. Gustav said internally as he turned around to stare at Endrik. Gustav placed his hand on the icicle-like spear and instantly broke it in two before grabbing onto Endrik's nearly unconscious body before it fell off towards the river of flames below. The broken-off part of the spear was still lodged in Endrik's right shoulder, so he quickly pulled it out and placed Endrik on top of the pillar beside him. Dash, what's going on? This was the question ringing in everyone's mind as they witnessed Gustav bring out a healing pill from his storage device and feed it to Endrik. Endrik was nearly out of commission at this point, so he would eventually die even if Gustav didn't end him. However, this recovery pill brought him out of his nearly dead state after a few minutes. Gustav squatted in front of Endrik as he slowly opened his eyes. Forfeit the match, Gustav instructed. Are you not going to kill me? Endrik asked with a weak tone. I'll decide if you're worth staying alive on another day. Gustav responded while standing to his feet. They're safe, he added with a mysterious tone, causing Endrik's eyes to widen in shock. Tears once again rolled down his eyes as he stared at Gustav's frame, which was currently moving towards the edge of the pillar. Why would you spare me? Endrik wondered. Hey, he wishes to forfeit, Gustav called out to one of the instructors. The entire spectators watching were stunned. They still had no idea what was going on, and Gustav's current actions made them confused even more. One of the instructors leaped towards their current position and landed right in front of Gustav. That's not how a death match works, he began explaining. Either you both battle till one person loses their lives, or both of you pass out. No one can forfeit unless you both decide to call off the battle unanimously. Gustav turned to the side to stare at Endrik, who also weakly raised his head up and nodded slightly. We're calling it off, Gustav voiced out. Do both parties agree to this? The instructor asked. Yes, both of them voiced out together. The instructor called off the death battle after this, causing a huge uproar within the Hall of Doom. You owe me a lot of explanations. I will listen to what you have to say this time, Gustav voiced out while turning to the side with a serious expression. Thumb! He leaped off the massive pillar in the next instant, arriving on the other end of the roundabout passageway. Endrik still laid atop the massive pillar with a missing arm and half a leg, but he was slowly starting to regain color. Officer Mag landed in front of him a few moments after Gustav left and took him away with her to get medical attention. Chapter 507. Officer Mag landed in front of Endrik a few moments after Gustav left and took him away with her to get medical attention. Gustav left along with the others amidst the stares of everyone in the vicinity. There was even a large crowd of cadets waiting just outside the Hall of Doom. The instant they spotted Gustav leaving, they assumed Endrik was gone, but they were quite shocked to see injuries on his body and half his uniform gone. They had heard the sounds of the vigorous battle from their positions and understood it must have been truly a crazy one. However, they never expected Gustav, who was currently number 1 on the ranking, would use so much effort to defeat Endrik, who was ranked 12th. He opened up a vortex which 5 of them entered and disappeared from everyone's sight. A few moments later, Officer Mag had Endrik in her arms as she flew out of the Hall of Doom. Chatter! 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 This caused another round of confusion, since those who had not witnessed the battle were left wondering what had gone down within the Hall of Doom and why both brothers were still alive. It would later spread across the camp that Gustav decided to spare Endrik's life at the last moment, and both brothers decided to unanimously cancel the battle. Minutes later, Gustav was within his room with Angie, Eldris, and the others. How did you get this, Angie? Gustav asked while raising the button-sized device in his hand. I got a call from one of the officers to follow her to a secluded place while you and Endrick were battling. She explained to me that there was a package from Miss Amy. According to the package that came with this recording device, Miss Amy mentioned that it was important I got this to you as soon as possible and stop the battle before any of you two died, Angie explained. I see. Looks like she made an investigation, just like I asked, Gustav muttered in response, causing all of them to have a slightly confused look on their faces. A week back, when Gustav had received the information package from Miss Amy about research from the planet Humbad, she dropped a communication device. Through the device, Gustav would be able to send her a message one time. Gustav initially didn't see any need to use it at first, but then he recalled Endrick's strange changes in personality. So he decided to ask Miss Amy to investigate if anything was happening outside related to Endrick. This was because he knew Endrick was like a pawn in someone else's hand after finding out about the function of the foreign element in his body. Gustav explained things that had happened within the MBO camp on the device and how Endrick and the formerly unknown group were under the influence of someone on the outside. He hadn't expected Miss Amy to quickly get down to the bottom of the situation in a single week and figure out what was going on. It was as if Miss Amy knew where to look into and, in a matter of days, uncovered the whole thing after linking Endrick's communication with the outside world to young Joe. She figured out the plot and managed to save Gustav's and Endrick's parents, but she was still unable to pin this to young Joe because he had totally erased any form of evidence that would lead back to him. The 2-minute message Gustav listened to back in the Hall of Doom was from Miss Amy breaking down the events to him and how Endrick was threatened with his parents' lives to accept the death match. Gustav didn't even care about his parents, neither did he really care if Endrick lived or died. But the instant he found out young Joe was involved, his entire being trembled with rage. He figured that there was truly a chance that Endrick might have changed. Although this didn't mean his grudge had disappeared. He still wanted to hear everything from Endrick's side because he understood the decision was made against his own free will. Gustav explained part of the situation to Angie, Eldris, and the rest. He didn't give them the full breakdown, but he made them understand that Endrick didn't accept to battle him of his own free will, and there was a chance that Endrick might have truly turned a new leaf. I told you, Gustav. He's still a kid. You should give him a chance, Angie stated. Doesn't change the fact that he holds enough power to burn an entire neighborhood to the ground. Just because he's a kid doesn't mean he shouldn't be held accountable for his actions, especially with the amount of power he holds, Gustav responded with a profound gaze. You're right. Angie couldn't refute his statement. I will hear what he has to say. And decide what to do next from there, Gustav added. I'm glad things turned out this way, though. He has the potential to be a great ally in the future. Voiced out from the side. That's still pending, remember? He can be made to do things against his will. I don't know what's more dangerous, him getting controlled against his will, or him pretending to have changed just to put some secretive plans in motion, Gustav stated. Even though Miss Amy had explained things to him, Gustav only gave Endrick the benefit of the doubt. Trusting that he had completely changed was still impossible for Gustav at the moment. Minutes later, all of them left the room, and Gustav was left alone once again. He reminisced about today's events as he chaneled his bloodline. It was certainly a crazy day, and he would have been incinerated if not for the power of the Kalapasol. This was the same alien form he took back then in the Kaskia ruins. The Kalapasol could create a tough and solid material from its body called Iro silk. This same Iro silk stopped Gustav's atomic disintegration from cutting through back then. Chapter 508. It could change the form and state of the Iro silk to whatever it wanted, and most times it chose to make them in the form of spears similar to icicles. All in all, it could create any size or form it desired with the Iro silk, and the Iro silk was tough enough to withstand almost anything. The temperature of the River of Flames wasn't high enough to melt it, even though it was hot enough to incinerate a full-grown adult human before they made contact with its surface. Mixed bloods around Gustav level have tougher bodies, so they could last for about 3 to 5 seconds before they were incinerated completely within. Gustav had a high defense level, so he could last for way longer, but he also would eventually be consumed completely within. Gustav never used the power of the Kalapasol in public view because he had to partially or totally transform into the creature before he could materialize Iroh Silk. Doing this in public had the risk of someone recognizing the transformation to be that of an alien form, and right now, no one knew he could take on alien forms. Everyone thought his transformation ability was only based on mixed breeds. If alien forms were added to the mix of revealed information, Gustav could tell that it would cause an adverse effect. After falling into the river of volcanic flames when battling Endrick, Gustav instantly took the form of the Kalapasol while sinking into it. After doing that, he wrapped his body in layers of Iroh silk before he was completely incinerated within. He had already set a trap for Endrick earlier by placing the gravitational energy container orb filled with mixed energy right behind him. It was impossible to notice this due to the orb hiding within a type of gravitational field that only Gustav could see. It only revealed itself when it was ready to explode. Gustav waited at the bottom of the river of flames till he heard and sensed the explosion. His perception within the river of flames was at a high level, so the moment he sensed Endrick being blasted across the place, he conjured spear-like Iroh silks, shooting them out of the river towards Endrick's catapulting body. He missed 3 times due to speed, but finally got the 4th one, and this was his cue to leave the river of flames. Even though the Iroh silk was very sturdy, there was no way it wouldn't erode with time. He shot upwards by conjuring a massive pillar of Iroh silk, which he stood atop. All this was what led to the scene where he nearly killed Endrick. It had been a very crazy battle, and Gustav was still intrigued about the whole Endrick powering up and the ability he used to delay him by conjuring an invisible clone from thousands of feet away. Gustav decided to put all this off for now, since Endrick would come clean to him soon. He decided to keep focusing on channeling his bloodline for now. He would be leaving camp in a few days anyway. Just like that, 3 days went by. During the last 3 days, the hype from the battle between Gustav and Endrick still hadn't settled. Cadets were still going crazy about the whole situation, and some began to compare Endrick to the top 5 cadets on the rankings, saying since Gustav could have a tough time, there's a possibility that Endrick might win against the other 4. This speculation had sparked debates all across the camp, and even though everyone admitted that Gustav was the undisputed number 1, Endrick was not a special class cadet to be trifled with. His potential outranked every single cadet on camp regardless of year. During the last 2 days, Gustav had excused himself from any camp-related activities since he was training for his first mission. He was allowed to do as he pleased during this period, so anyone hardly saw him. Today he finally came out of his room after 3 whole days of secluded bloodline channeling without taking a wink of sleep. He had decided to meet with Vera before meeting with Endrick today to confirm some things. They met in one of the camp gardens and sat on a chair placed in front of one of the trees. "What is the situation now?" Gustav asked. "My parasitic strains have turned dormant after the battle for supremacy," Vera responded with a low tone. "What? Does that mean you won't be able to take control of him?" Gustav asked. Vera nodded in response. "What of the other foreign element within?" Gustav asked. It also turned dormant. Both seemed to have cancelled each other out after the battle within him. Vera answered. "This is both good and bad. He won't be controlled by young Joe, but I also won't be able to gain control of him. I cannot trust him to act of his own free will," Gustav muttered with a troubled expression. "Can you infect him with more parasitic strains?" Gustav suddenly asked after a few seconds of silence. "He will die if I do that," Vera stated, causing Gustav to go back to his pondering state. "Maybe he has changed." "You should try giving him a chance," Vera added. Gustav thought about it for a few seconds before sighing. "All right, let's see how things go," Gustav said before standing to his feet. "Make sure you keep watching over his internal structure and report any change you notice," Gustav instructed before dashing off. Swoosh! Vera's hair blew upwards due to the wind generated from Gustav's speed as she continued staring in his direction even after he had left. "Bye. I'll miss you," Vera muttered sadly. In about 2 minutes, Gustav was dashing towards the top of a massive icy-top mountain. He arrived at its top in a blink of an eye, where Endrik could be seen waiting for him. He paused his steps after arriving a few feet in front of Endrik. Half of Endrik's face was wrapped in bandages, and his left arm was back in place, but also wrapped with bandages and strapped to his neck with a kind of rope-like bandage as well. His right foot had also been regrown, but he was still using a walking stick to support himself. Gustav stared at him with an expressionless look as usual, as if he didn't have a hand in Endrik's current state. "I'm listening." Chapter 509. Gustav stared at him with an expressionless look as usual, as if he didn't have a hand in Endrik's current state. "I'm listening," Gustav stated. I. F. Endrik repeatedly stuttered, trying to make out his first words. Gustav was quite surprised to see Endrik looking tense for the first time. The kid always had a cocky expression, but this time he was genuinely tensed. Endrik lowered his head and let go of his walking stick, causing him to stagger forward. Gustav muttered as he watched Endrik get closer to him. Plop! Endrik dropped to his knees, right in front of Gustav with his head lowered. "I know and understand the wrongs I have committed now. I was the worst. I truly hated and despised you for being weak. Father and mother made me think and believe, just like everyone else, that your existence was a useless one. I always got so angry when I saw you making the news, and rumors about you being very powerful were spread back then. I couldn't handle that you, who was labeled as weak and useless, was becoming better than me. I thought it was okay to feel that way. I thought it was okay to despise weakness. I thought it was okay to look down on everyone and treat others however I felt. Miss Mag helped me see the error of my ways." Endrik's voice was laced with heartfelt regret as he spoke. "I know it would be hard to forgive my wrongdoings, but I just want you to give me the chance to make amends." Endrik added, while still keeping his head down. "Hard, borderline impossible," Gustav said while squatting in front of Endrik. "Not only did you do a lot of experimentation using me as your human subject to test out your abilities, you also tried killing me months back. Actually, we tried killing each other, but you came for me first, and you'd be dead by now if it wasn't for Angie," Gustav said with an icy tone. Endrik gulped down saliva as he heard that and continued looking down with a disturbed expression. She saved your life twice now. Be grateful to her," he added. "I really—" Endrik was about to speak again when Gustav cut him off. "Skip all this bullshit. I'll never be able to trust or accept you. Even if you spent years working to show me that you have changed, it cannot change what you have done in the past," Gustav voiced out. "Did you think you could just come here and mutter the words, 'I have changed,' and then I'll accept you as my little brother? Nah, kid, it's not that simple. Left to me, those two you call Mom and Dad would be dead by now because they deserve to be in such a scenario. Your lucky Miss Amy decided to rescue them," Gustav added before standing back to his feet. Endrik remained in position, kneeling with his head down. "I know you can no longer see them as your parents and I as your little brother, but I will still do my best to change your view of me. I will try everything." Endrik was still in the process of speaking when Gustav interrupted him again. "Don't bother." Gustav cut him short and turned around, facing his back to the kneeling Endrik. "Anyways, this is not why I called you here. Tell me everything about your partnership with young Joe, Gustav instructed. And I mean everything. Don't leave any detail out, he added with a cold tone. Endrik finally raised his head up to stare at Gustav's back before he began to narrate his ordeal with young Joe. Gustav's facial expressions became complex as he listened to Endrik's narration about the events that went down 5 months earlier. He wasn't told about the whole secluded punishment, so now that he was finding out, he saw the MBO methods as pretty blunt. What made it worse was the fact that young Joe could visit there any time he wanted. Gustav started to reevaluate young Joe, wondering just how much influence he held within the MBO. Miss Amy would most likely not be able to do something like this so covertly, even though she was just as influential. She was not affiliated with the MBO like she used to. Whereas young Joe went to many meetings for his father and handled most of their company decisions on technology. From the narration of things, it seemed like young Joe's influence had eaten deep into the MBO without the knowledge of the higher-ups. This felt extremely suspicious to Gustav as he recalled young Joe wanted to recruit him under his wing, making some crazy promises about getting him to the top of the MBO. As Endrik got to the part of the deal about him getting fooled by the nanites young Joe planted, things clicked for Gustav. Young Joe had proven that he could take control of Endrik's body against his will if he wanted. Still, he promised that it would only happen if Endrik disobeyed any of his commands after his training ended in the MBO. So Endrik felt their contract was still in play even though the nanites were within him. Young Joe stated that they were undetectable, so Endrik shouldn't try playing smart. He also mentioned that there were other pawns that he could use for his convenience within the camp for any plans that he might have. Now that Endrik thought of it, he couldn't understand why young Joe just didn't make use of the nanites to control his body when he disagreed with battling Gustav. He wondered why he had to resort to kidnapping both parents. Endrik also mentioned that there were more officers in camp under young Joe's control and cadets as well that he didn't know of. I see. Seeing as he couldn't get me, he decided to get you to get me instead. Looks like you really got played, Gustav voiced out with a solemn tone after listening to all of Endrik's explanation. Chapter 510. Huh. Endrik voiced out with a tone of confusion. He came to me first. I turned him down, then he went for you and instructed you to kill me. Gustav responded. Oh, so I was just a pawn then, Endrik muttered with a crestfallen expression. Yes, you were. He can't handle refusal, and he also knows that I will be on to him for making such a suspicious proposal to me. So he tried using you to get rid of me. Gustav voiced out as his gaze turned sharp. A decision he'll regret making. Gustav's tone turned extremely chill as he spat out. Do you have names of other officers or instructors under his command? Gustav asked. I don't know any other besides the one that was taken into custody a while back. I was kept in the dark about many other cadets under him that were caught by you as well. I only knew 4 of them, Endrik responded. He was cautious enough. This will make it even harder to deal with those that are still hiding in the shadows, Gustav muttered with a contemplative expression. Anyways, this is already good, since we know who we're dealing with now. The MBO is pretty sloppy letting all this happen under their nose, but Young is not so bad as well. Shrewd. With the way Gustav was talking it was hard to tell if he was praising young Joe or pissed with him. Maybe it was both, but Endrik could tell that Gustav was also making analysis. He has no idea that I only have to do one thing to get rid of all his pawns. Only problem is it's going to be time-consuming, and I don't have time, Gustav muttered. Endrik could feel a kind of superior aura coming from Gustav's being. This must be why he's able to handle any situation. He spends time making plans on how to deal with them. Endrik felt this was a trait that he was missing, because he usually just jumps into action without thinking of how to properly deal with situations. I still don't feel it was worth it sparing you, but let's see if you will be able to change my mind in the future. Gustav said as he started to walk forward. He suddenly stopped and turned to the side to stare at Endrik with a sharp gaze before speaking. But bear in mind that if you ever make any stupid actions or hurt anyone I care about, I will kill you in the most gruesome way possible after inflicting the worst kinds of pain and torture to the point where you question the significance of your existence and beg for your pitiful life to be extinguished. The bloodthirsty energy oozing from Gustav's being at this point was so heavy that even the winds around them began to howl. Endrik subconsciously took a step back after hearing that. Gustav leaped off the icy mountain a moment later, disappearing from Endrik's sight into the distance. In a secluded office-like space, young Joe sat behind a desk with a dark look on his face as he stared at the group kneeling in front of him. "You're telling me that it is no longer possible to take control of Endrik's body," young Joe voiced out with a low but extremely cold tone. Why? Yes, we can no longer take control of his body. The Nanites have gone offline. The middle-aged-looking man who spoke was among the kneeling group of people in medial outfits on their knees. First, this woman catches onto the locked-up parents of the kid, and now this. Young Joe stated before standing to his feet. Such incompetence. Young Joe slowly walked forward as he voiced out. The group of 5 kneeling in front of him clad in medical outfits had looks of fright as he moved towards their position. Young Joe arrived in front of the group leader and placed his hand on the head of the middle-aged-looking man. "Give me one good reason why you deserve to be spared for this disappointment," young Joe asked with a smile. "SSI, sir. It's NNOT my fault, IPR. Promise to work more efficiently next time." The man stuttered as he pleaded with a frightful look. "Failure. I asked you to give me a reason, but you gave me a promise instead." "I see why you failed." The instant young Joe finished talking, he let go of the middle-aged man's head, and what came next was, boom, the man's entire head blasted into pieces, causing brain matter and blood to fly across the small room. Plop! The headless body fell to the ground as a fountain of blood kept spewing out of the neck area, staining the floor. "Kair!" The rest of the group screamed with frightful looks after witnessing this scene happen right before them. They started shifting backward and pleading for young Joe to spare their lives, but they couldn't escape because right behind them were 2 muscular men clad in black bodysuits. "I hope the rest of you have better answers to my question," young Joe said as a smirk appeared on his face while he moved towards the rest. Minutes later, young Joe was walking down a massive glass-like corridor with 2 bodyguards following behind him. The walls were transparent, and massive laboratories in which experiments were being conducted could be seen by the sides. There was a handkerchief in his grasp, which he was using to clean his hands, and parts of his suit stained in thick red liquid. "Gustav is always finding ways to ruin my plans," young Joe muttered. "Good thing he leaves camp in 2 days. Yazria, get ready to implement the elimination plan," young Joe added as they headed towards the exit point up ahead. "Yes, Sir Young," one of the 2 men in bodysuits answered from behind. The next day arrived, and it was the last day Gustav would be staying in camp because he would be leaving the next day. He was asked to report to the main entrance and exit hall early in the morning to receive a briefing on his first mission. Chapter 511. He was asked to report to the main entrance and exit hall early in the morning to receive a briefing on his first mission. Gustav did as instructed and traveled towards the hall they arrived in on their first day here. In a few minutes, he got there and moved towards the tasks deployment section. "Here to receive information on my outside mission," Gustav voiced out as he arrived in front of the desk. "Name?" The female officer on the other side of the desk asked while clacking on the holographic keyboard in front of her. "Gustav Crimson," Gustav responded, causing her to look up. "Oh, it's you," she voiced out with a slightly surprised look. "Commander Cilia asked for you to see her in her office the moment you arrive," she added while gesturing towards the direction that led to Commander Cilia's office. Gustav nodded slightly in response and turned to the side before he started moving towards Commander Cilia's office. He still recalled where her office was located and arrived there with ease. "Come, come." Gustav knocked twice, and the door slid open, revealing the interior large-sized, library-like office. There were shelves of books on both sides and a particular rack with weird-looking artifacts behind Commander Cilia's desk. "Finally, you've arrived, Gustav," Commander Cilia voiced out as Gustav walked in. There was another male officer dressed in an orange-like MBO uniform sitting right in front of her. He also turned to the side to stare at Gustav the moment he walked in. "Grady or Xanatus?" Gustav voiced out with a surprised expression the instant he spotted the young man's face sitting in front. "Gustav, welcome!" Grady or Xanatus smiled in response while speaking. "Oh, you two have met. I guess that saves me the need for introduction," Commander Cilia stated with a delighted expression. "What are you doing here?" Gustav asked after arriving in front of the desk. "Here to brief you on your mission," Grady or Xanatus responded. "Yes, just as he said, Grady or Xanatus came here to brief you on this." Commander Cilia stretched out her right hand to Gustav, and within it was a small square-shaped device. Gustav reached out to grab it and activated it. Truinen, a holographic image of a slightly run-down city, and a man appeared right above the device. The man had a very rough look. Scruffy 6 inches long and unkempt-looking ash-colored beards. The scar was running down his left eye with a buzz haircut. This man is known as Sahel Fedralski, the right-hand man of a well-known illegal technological battle equipment distributor. He was last seen around the perimeters of Lilac City, and reports have it that he's hiding within. Currently, there's a civil war in Lilac City, and the world government has yet to deploy any force to deal with the situation due to the closure of all the city's entry points. The mayor has asked to resolve the situation himself, turning down any outside help, which is why we cannot send forces there. He is bothered about the city receiving more destruction from the intervention of outside forces. This man, Sahel, sneaked in amidst the chaos and is currently hiding out there. The MBO has been on his tail for some time, but he's managed to slip away 2 times, and this time he's using the whole situation as a form of protection. Reports have also come in of how Sahel is secretly distributing advanced firearms, which is causing the situation to worsen. Grady or Xanatus paused at this point to make sure Gustav's attention was still focused on him before continuing. "We have a way to sneak in 1 or 2 officers, but we can't send anyone there beyond a certain power level due to the lockdown of the city. If this situation lingers on any further without intervention, not only would the city be in more danger of imminent destruction, but Sahel will also escape once again before we get to him," Grady or Xanatus explained. "So, you want me to catch this guy?" Gustav voiced out. "No, you might not be able to handle him," Grady or Xanatus responded. "We want you to infiltrate, find him and the team he's working with in distribution of these advanced firearms, and place a tracking device on Sahel. The instant he leaves the city, we would be able to catch him," Grady or Xanatus responded. "Oh, I see. Getting close to him and placing a tracking device on him is pretty much him being in my hands. Already, are you sure you don't want me to just catch him? That would save everyone the trouble. I mean, I would have already gone through all the trouble to find him, get close to him, and manage to place the device on him. Why not just finish it?" Gustav questioned with a look of contemplation. "Sahel is not so easy to catch. The moment you show any malicious intent, he uses everything in his arsenal to try and escape, and he's truly a pro at escaping. Placing the tracker on him would be so much easier," Grady or Xanatus explained. I'm pretty sure placing the tracker on him won't guarantee anything if he's the kind of person you're painting him to be. He could catch onto it and deactivate it before he leaves the city, or he could even use it to fool you lots and become more cautious after figuring it out. Gustav also explained from his point of view. Gustav, this is a 3-star mission due to its difficulty level. A first year shouldn't be getting more than a 2-star mission, but the higher-ups believing you're capable enough, which is why you were given this. Commander Cilia butted in. If your intention is to catch him yourself, the mission difficulty level would instantly increase to 5, and we'll have to take you off it, because it's already more than you're supposed to be able to handle being a 3-star mission, she added. Chapter 512. I'm all right then. Gustav decided to fold since it looked like they wouldn't give in. So the instant I placed that tracking device on him, its mission successful for me? Gustav asked just to be clear. Precisely, Gradier Zanatus responded. This in itself will not be an easy mission to complete, which is why it's a 3-star mission. Talk more of trying to catch him without any backup. The instant he catches onto you or suspects anything, it's game over, Gradier Zanatus added. My see, Gustav noted. His file and other things you need to know about him and Lilac are all there. Gradier Zanatus pointed at the device in Gustav's hand, which was where all the information was stored. Gustav nodded in response. Also, this case is also linked to a bigger case, which involves the one young Miss Amy is working on. So, the success of your mission is paramount, Gradier Zanatus added. Oh, what case exactly is it linked to? Gustav asked with a surprised expression. That is confidential. Bear in mind that you might be meeting her due to the cases being linked. A slight smile appeared on Gradier Zanatus' face as he stated this. Still, he quickly hid the smile from Commander Cilia's view. Oh, I see, Gustav nodded. Is this what she meant when she said, she rigged my mission? Gustav had the urge to smirk at this point, but he had to act like he knew nothing about this whole situation. Gradier Zanatus kept briefing Gustav about the mission for about 20 more minutes, and how he would have to keep his MBO officer's badge hidden and some other things. It was literally a covert operation that wasn't combat-based, so Gustav didn't really feel as hyped up like he did originally. However, it was without a doubt that this would be his first MBO mission, which would be taking place in a war-based location. Gustav kept in mind that anything could happen. Gradier Zanatus also mentioned the possibility of terrorist organizations using this opportunity to try and implement something, hiding under the guise of the ongoing chaos. So, Gustav had to be very careful and gather a lot of information before he arrived there making a move. Minutes later, Gustav returned to his room to digest the details of his first mission and objective information. Gradier Zanatus had mentioned that transport would be ready to get him down to the location first thing 6, and the next morning. So he should be prepared and gather every he would need for the trip. According to the briefing, Gustav would be provided with more standard-based equipment that couldn't be found in camp. Also, it had a time duration of 1 month. No one knew how long the Civil War would last, but according to the reports, Sahel never stayed in a place for too long to avoid getting caught. Even the 1-month duration was a stretch, but they were hoping Gustav would complete the task within the set period. E and the others later arrived at Gustav's place to mess around with him again. This was the last day they would see Gustav till whenever he was done and ready to be brought back to camp for further training. So long, bro. We'll be here awaiting your return, Ealdris voiced out as they sat in a circle. Yeah, well, miss your cooking, said with a sigh. I for sure won't miss yours, Gustav responded to E sarcastically. Damn, bro, why you got to do me like that? Voiced out, causing everyone to burst out in laughter. They all stayed and chatted with Gustav until it was late in the night before going back to their rooms. Gustav walked out of his room after they had gone to take a stroll around camp. His eyes moved from place to place as he walked around the camp. He hadn't really spent time appreciating the surroundings in the MBO, So he was just noticing that even though things were intense most times, the MBO camp still gave off a peaceful and safe vibe. The clear and starry skies in the distance, along with the windy atmosphere, generated a kind of feeling within him. He had spent the last 6 months here, so he really did get used to seeing the well-structured buildings since the MBO camp was like a city in itself. Now that he was looking around, he could see that there were a lot of male and female cadets moving around in groups, showing loving gestures to each other. Gustav looked to the side and saw 2 cadets having a mouth-to-mouth activities behind a tree. The MBO didn't allow sexual activities between cadets, but they were not stopped from forming romantic relationships. They were youngsters. After all, it wasn't necessary to take life so seriously every time. Want to be in their shoes? The system suddenly voiced out in his head. No, this isn't necessary, Gustav responded. You're right, keep telling yourself that. I can sense your emotions, so you can't lie to me. The system's cute, girl-like voice turned thinner as it spoke. Shoo! Gustav was about to tell it to get lost again when someone called out to him from behind. Gustav! The soft and melodic, girlish voice of the person brought him out of his reverie. Angie! Gustav turned around to stare at the 56-tall, beautiful-looking girl with silver and pink-colored hair. She was dressed in a blue crop top wrapped around her chest, bringing up the pair of buns in front and a khaki short. Can I join you? She asked while standing in place. Sure, Gustav responded, and both of them proceeded to start walking around together. For several minutes, there was silence between them as they walked from place to place. After a while, Gustav broke the silence. It seems you were right, he muttered. Angie exclaimed with a confused expression. Endrick. It looks like he's truly trying to change now, Gustav said while pausing his footsteps a few feet away from a tree in front. Oh! Angie also paused her footsteps, just as he did, and turned to the side to face him. Sorry that you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.